Good morning, good day, and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Hope you're having a good Wednesday so far. Bruh, what's up, Hobbit Shiners? First one in today, none other than Nietzsche. Hope you're doing good, man. gamedev, nice to see you as well. We got a Wordle redeem as well, so we're gonna start the stream off by doing the daily Wordle today. Code with TD, welcome in too. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing pretty good. What did I do yesterday? I did a little bit of editing. Definitely not as much as I should have, but I did a little bit. We're making small steps, small progress, trying to get productive. Yeah, the plan today is that we're gonna continue working on Shroud of Gloom. I did find I do have some cool stuff though. First of all, I did get my new mouse today, so that's pretty nice. Well, we'll see, because I think it's gonna be weird. It's gonna take some time to get used to this one. I still haven't tried it. Whatsoever. For anyone who doesn't know, I recently ordered the MX vertical mouse. So one of them like more ergonomic mouses. And, or mice, I suppose. Yeah, I think it's gonna take a little bit of time to get used to it, but I think it is going to be better. I also finally found the proper like wrist support thing for my keyboard, which I think might help out a little bit as well. For anyone who doesn't know, I know I keep mentioning this, it's my fucking personality at this point. Basically, I've started getting pain in my hands, so that's the reason I'm trying to do these small little tweaks to make it at least somewhat better, so I don't have to like permanently fuck up my body. What's up, Verity? Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Nice to see ya. How have you guys been doing? Anyone got any fun news? Anything fun you've been up to? Yeah, is there anything else? I don't really think so. Just say that you're getting old, Grandpa. I kind of feel like it, not gonna lie. I'm at that point in my life where, in my mind, I still feel like I'm 15 years old, but then when I wake up and have to get up out of bed in the morning, I'm like, oh no, I'm old. I'm old, because everything hurts. I've slept 8 hours and I'm still fucking tired. Do you know what I mean? I'm getting to that point where I'm slowly starting to realize that maybe I am just fucking getting old, you know? Probably not taking care of myself enough as well, you know? Probably a bit of both, if we're gonna be honest, but yeah. Not much for me, just been working. Gotcha. What's up, hey Jew? How you doing? You're not even 30, what are you talking about? Well, here's the thing. Like I said, I think legit on paper, I am like 27 years old or some shit. But I feel like I'm still like 20 in my mind, and I feel like I'm 40 in my body. Do you know what I mean? That's basically where I think I'm at. It's yeah. Nah, we're doing good though. It could definitely be worse. We shouldn't be complaining. Right? How you doing, Jew? I hope you're doing good. Hey Jew is another developer here on Twitch, whom you should check out. I have no idea if I used whom correctly there. I actually have no idea when I'm supposed to use it or not. But check out his game Shapeyard on Steam. Sorry, I'm multitasking here. I'm trying to pack up my new mouse as I'm speaking. And Brody Dev, we are gonna do the daily Wordle. Just wanna see if I can get this one connected. This is not supposed to be this fucking difficult to open. What the fuck? Okay. Do you guys wanna see what I'm doing? Is that more fun for you? You won't see me though, so that's gonna be sad for you. I'm messing. So this is the new thing I found. This is my little wrist support thingy, which I don't think it's gonna be like a massive difference, but it's definitely gonna help out a little bit, right? I sometimes feel 50 physically. Yeah, I know what you mean. How am I supposed to open this? Oh, am I supposed to open it here first, maybe? Oh, I think I am. Okay. We have something here. Pretty tall. That should be the mouse. Well, so I guess I don't know if I can use my old adapter since this mouse is the same exact one, or I mean obviously it's not the same exact one, but this is the normal Logitech MX Master, and the new one is the Logitech MX Vertical, so it's from the same series. So I wouldn't be too surprised if it's actually the same adapter for both of them. Guess that one might be in here. Apparently we're doing a little bit of unboxing today. I guess I have a cable here as well for charging. They are wireless. Thanks for the shout out. No worries, Jew. Wait, do I not get an adapter? That seems empty. There should be an adapter in here, right? Okay, it's kinda tall actually. Oh, this is gonna be weird. This is going to be weird to get used to. Oh. I don't love the scroll wheel. That is the first thing I notice. I don't love the scroll wheel. This feels very finicky. Like on the... Sorry if my mic is a bit in the way here. On the MX Master, you have this like metal scroll wheel, which is... It feels like heavy and really nice. There's like good feedback. It also works like a fidget spinner, so it can spin for fucking ages. Even the sound on this. I don't know if you can hear that, but that sounds cheap, not gonna lie. The scroll wheel definitely sounds a bit cheap. Oh, it's kinda loud too. Oh, it's much louder. It's much louder than my... Okay, this is the MX Master. Yeah, holy shit, my mic is not even picking it up because it's so low in volume. This is the MX Vertical. It's way higher of a tone and way louder. Okay, not gonna lie, I'm not too thrilled. Like, I feel like comparatively to the MX Master, it does feel a bit low in quality. That is, I'm gonna be honest here. I'm not sponsored. I can say whatever I want. I'm gonna admit that for something that costs the same price, it definitely feels like it's kind of lacking the quality of the other one. But I don't think that's too surprising, because at the same time, I understand that this is like a more niche mouse, right? So you probably pay a bit extra because it's more special. So maybe they, for that reason, cut back a little bit on the quality. But yeah, as someone who's been using the MX Master for a very long time, it's not as heavy either, actually. I think the MX Master is heavier, even though it's technically a smaller mouse. Yeah, first impression, it feels cheaper in quality. That is definitely my first impression. However, I'm a little bit surprised here. Like, where... Oh, I felt that mouse at the store. You have? Anyone here that actually use a vertical mouse? Oh, here it is. It was stuck in the carton or whatever. There we go. I assume this is the same one I'm using though, so I wonder if I can connect this to my current adapter. What's up, Acrylic? How you doing? Welcome in. Nice to have ya. Did you get the mouse for free as you are a streamer? I did not. I 100% paid for this. I did get it cheaper, I should say. I definitely got it a little bit cheaper because I didn't order it from like one of the bigger Swedish like IT stores, whatever you want to call it. I ended up getting it from Amazon and I think I saved like 400 crowns or something, so that's like, I don't know, 30 quid, $40 or some shit like that. I think I ended up paying maybe like $70 for this one. Full price in Sweden, it seems to be somewhere around like $100 or so. So I did save a bit of money, but yeah, I did not get it for free. hence why I can be totally honest and say that I am surprised. I am a little bit surprised. The MX Master does feel like a lot higher in quality. Like this feels like robust, heavy scroll wheels are like metal and like good feedback and stuff. This one, everything is like louder. Yeah, I don't know. I have to be honest. I do want to be honest. It does feel slightly lower quality, but I don't know how much I care, because obviously I'm not buying this one because it's the best mouse ever or whatever. I just want to try something that might help my wrist pain a little bit. It does feel like the angle definitely feels more comfortable, but I do think it's gonna take some time to get used to it after using normal mice for like, I don't know, decades, you know? What's up, Hadu Cannon? How you doing? Vertical mouse, what fun. Yeah, I have to try it, man. I have to try it. I just use a vertical keyboard. That would be... I mean, to be fair, some of the ergonomic ones are kind of vertical. Okay, so can I... How the fuck do you connect this to an adapter? Or are they like hard-coded? I don't remember if I... Do I have to use the specific one that follows? Because there's no like connection thing button on this. I guess we can try. Also, Pirodi, I have not forgotten about you. We are gonna do the daily Wordle. Just gonna see if I can sort this out quickly first. There's no way I should need both of these plugged in. They're the same shit. Oh, that does work immediately though. I guess I can turn the old one off. There we go. I think I'm probably still going to use this one. I do think so, like every now and then, or especially if I'm like, if I would be gaming or something, like if I'm gonna play a first-person shooter, I imagine I'm gonna switch to this mouse. At least I imagine so. But, yeah. I do like that you can still... I mean, it is a pretty comfortable grip and you can kind of hold it like this without much of an issue. Yeah. It does feel more comfortable. It feels more ergonomic, having the vertical mouse. That I can say pretty much immediately. I think my accuracy, or whatever, is probably gonna be slightly worse to start with. And I don't like how loud it is. For this price, I would have kind of expected a similar quality to the MX Master, because they cost the same. I am quite sure, at least on the Swedish site, that they cost the exact same. Let's see. But, oh yeah, the sounds, I fucking hate them. I actually don't like them. The sounds are... It's really loud, it sounds plasticky, and... I don't know. Logitech MX Master... Which one do I have? The 3S, I think? Yeah, I think it's this one. Oh, actually, the MX Master is slightly more expensive. Not by a lot. But this one on the Swedish site is 1049. So this is Swedish crowns, which, if you want it in dollars, it's kind of divided by 10. I think it's at the moment, I think it's almost exactly divided by 10, so... about $104, $105. The MX Master is so yeah, it's like $10 more, but still, like that small percent, like if we're talking percentages, it's a small price increase. It's not even a 10% increase, and there is a significant difference in quality, I would say. What's up, Peepa Poopy? How you doing? Welcome in. How many wish lists do you have now? We can check. We can check. Let's have a look. I am currently sitting at 267 wish lists. That is the current count. Speaking of which, if anyone hasn't, make sure to go and wishlist my game, Shroud of Gloom, on Steam. We would appreciate that very much. Oh yeah, this is... holy shit, this is gonna take some time to get used to. I keep like misclicking. Okay, should we get the daily Wordle out of the way? Oh, it's so loud. Oh no, I'm kinda getting a little bit annoyed by the noise of this one. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit disappointed. Slightly. I like the like vertical thingy of it, like it's comfortable, but yeah, I can't lie. In terms of the actual quality of the mic, of the mouse, I'm a little bit disappointed. I kind of expected it to feel a little bit more high quality, more similar to the MX Master. Because I have pretty much no complaints about the MX Master. I think this is one of the best mice I have ever used. I think it is the best one. I just think that I need something ergonomic. But yeah, I don't know. Logitech, I'm a little bit bummed out. I'm still gonna give it like a proper shot, but yeah, I don't know. I can't help but to say that I kind of expected more. I kind of did. The scroll wheel I could kind of live with, but like the click noise sounds very loud and very cheap. I don't know. Can you guys even... does my mic pick it up? No, I don't think it does. I do have a noise gate, maybe while I'm speaking. Can you hear me clicking my mouse? I can hear it? Damn. That is mad. And then I do think it only works while I'm speaking though, because of the noise gate. So... oh no, oh, I did say it kinda picked it up there, to be honest. And this is the MX Master. Like, I don't even know, maybe if I speak you can kind of hear this, but this is like almost completely silent. I would say this one is like, you know, it's 10 times louder in the click. I think that's gonna annoy me a little bit. I hope it's not too bad for you guys. But like I said, I'm gonna use this for at least a couple of weeks and see if I feel like it makes a big difference. I don't know, I still think, I feel like this seemed to be one of the better vertical ones, but I don't know, it could be, like I said, the fact that it's a, you know, a more niche type of mouse. It might be more expensive for them to make it. So to keep the same price, maybe they lower it slightly in quality. I wouldn't be too surprised. Barely notice it? Okay, that's good. Yeah, if it only annoys me, I'm not too bothered about it. Also, I need to make more custom shoutouts. I don't think I have one for you. However, ladies and gentlemen, Homer Changus is yet another streamer here on Twitch, and he does do the occasional game dev. Go and check him out. Give him a follow. Okay, let's do it. Let's do the daily Wordle. I don't know. I always go like, I assume you want to use a lot of vowels in the first one, so at least a word with 2 vowels. Probably some common ones. Oh, maybe layer. Layer seems like a good word. Both A and E. Okay, we have an E. Thanks for shouting, no worries, man. Mouse. Wait, what? Oh no, you meant the word mouse. Yeah. Actually, that's pretty good. We would reuse the E, but we do get to know whether the E is at the end or not. Imagine if it's right, that would actually be pretty sick. It is in the end, okay. We have an O in there and an E at the end. The O is not in the second, but we should do one more word to kinda just get some more letters out there. I feel like that might be good. Okay, what do we have left? We should reuse O to maybe find where that one is or isn't. I would rather not use E now, since we know where that one is, but if we have to, we might. Let's do something like... Still have I as well. I and O. Should we do some... What do I want to do here? Some OI word maybe? Do I have something? Boy, voy, noi... Noite. I can't do Portuguese words, I don't think they're gonna allow that. Okay, I want to just get some more letters out here. Maybe try O in a different place. Hover, but then I do ER again, that feels unnecessary. Wait, how am I not finding a single word here? Come on now. Words reuse R and S, that's kinda lame. Hover and power, there would be O in the same place, that's unnecessary. I don't know, like I'm definitely never gonna lose one of these on stream. So we do have to take this semi-seriously. With a guild would reuse quite a lot of letters. Come on now, chappy, you can do this. Think. Okay, let's do think and just get a couple more letters out there. Okay. N-E. Something N-E. And there's an O somewhere. O-H-N-E. Oni? Does it end in one or Oni? Because the O is not there. We don't have an R, it can't be like prone, that's a word, right? Yeah, I'm gonna assume this is gonna be O-N-E. Sorry, I'm purposefully not looking at chat right now to not spoil the word, and then I'll see whether one of you guys got it before me. Probably did. I feel like I'm surprisingly slow today, actually. O-N-E. It must end in O-N-E, right? It must. I want the R and everything. Wait, should it technically be more than one O as well? No, that wouldn't make sense. Unknown or... O-N-E. What the fuck ends in O-N-E? Stone? But S and T is taken. Prone is taken. I think that's a word. That's like, in the game you can be prone, right? Is that not when you like... when you can't move, if you're like laying down? I think so. I might be off here. And dun. Trying to L, trying to H. I want to... For some reason I'm stuck at the fact that it's gonna end in O and E, which seems like we would have 2 consonants at the start. But common ones that are used like 2 consonants in a row would be like A and L or T, and all of those we've already tried. Drone, but we don't have an R. How am I not seeing this? I'm a little bit intrigued whether one of you guys have gotten the word. You probably have, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I do have 3 shots left, so trying something would not really matter. I could do another word to just get rid of some extra consonants here. N-E. Yeah, I might have to. I think maybe I have tunnel vision on the O-N-E end, where maybe that isn't the actual end. It is though. It is the end. It does end in O-N-E. There's not a D in there. Wait, am I actually dumb? Wait. What the fuck is this word? I can't make a double consonant. Holy shit, this might be one of the ones I got in the most stuck at. And it kinda... Oh, it's so annoying. I wanna look at the chat and see if you guys got it, but I also wanna see if I can actually do it myself. Wait, come on now. Come on now. But like, none of these consonants really work in... Unless we're supposed to reuse one of these. I don't know how to tell whether that's the case or not. Oh, could it be ozone? Maybe we reuse the O. Is that it? Oh, okay. Okay, we did get it. We did get it. Let me see. Did any one of you get the word? Oh, phone. It should have been, yeah. I'd be amazed if it not. It wasn't. It was ozone. So what do green and yellow mean? So green means it's the correct letter in the correct place. And yellow means it is a correct letter, but in the wrong place. Yeah, exactly, as Netjet said. GG's indeed. That word never crossed my mind. Yeah, it seems like no one actually got it in chat either. I think that one might have been one of the trickier ones I've done, to be honest. I mean, it's a semi-uncommon word to hear as well, so it's not like the first thing you think of. Yeah, you have to remember that it could be multiple of the same letter. I feel like that's kind of easy to forget sometimes. Okay, GG's. That's fun. It is a very fun game, actually. I do enjoy it. It's kind of sad that I don't know why they don't have like an endless mode. Because I think they only do like one word a day, right? There probably is other like copycat games that just go off the entire dictionary. I suppose that maybe that makes people not get tired of it as fast either, so long term, maybe people end up playing it more. This is pure hypothesis here, but maybe maybe the fact that you only can do it once a day gives people like the habit of just going in doing the daily Wordle, and at least they visit the site once a day, you know? Rather than like if they had it endless, maybe people would play it for an hour the first time and then not play anymore. I don't know. Maybe. Okay, should we boot up Shroud of Gloom? So we were working on the doors last stream and the ambient sounds in the rooms. So I think I thought about it the other day. I don't know if maybe I forgot to do the thing where we check whether it's the correct door or not. So let me explain first for anyone who doesn't know. Basically why I implemented in the game is trying to make it so that any room in the game could hear another room in the game, meaning that it would copy the ambient sounds in that room. But then what I wanted to do to make it even more like realistic and like just as a neat little detail is to make it so that if you close the door towards that room, you lower the volume of the ambience, and if you open the door, you raise it again. Because I feel like that would, you know, it's a neat little detail, you know? But I'm unsure whether we actually remembered to implement a check for whether this is the door that goes to the room that plays the ambience. Because if it doesn't do that, that means that closing and opening any door would change the sound, which is not what we want. I wonder if maybe we should do object pooling for room ambiences as well. Just currently I only have one audio source for all the room ambience. The issue there is that it means you could only ever hear one room at the same time. What if I want to hear multiple? Like what if there's a generator going in the room to my left and there's some rain sounds coming from the room to my right? Maybe I want to be able to hear both. So we could do something similar that we did with the sound effects, where we do some like... Yeah, I guess we do some type of object pool for the audio sources. Oh, we also have to move them. We never implemented the moving so that the... You know, if it plays from the door coming from the right, the audio should pan a bit towards the right. That is something I would like to do as well. What's up, Wakacha? How you doing? Ozone layer depletion. Depletion, I assume. The only thing humans went, uh-oh, maybe we should think... fix this, and they fixed it, yeah. Depletion? Depletion?
Depletion.
Depletion. Oh yeah, I added an extra... what you call it? Syllable in there. Depletion. There we go. How's the development going? So far it's going good. We're doing a lot of small little polish tweaks and stuff. We did get a new build out to the playtesters. So what I'm currently doing is partly this little audio thing, because I got a bit sidetracked as per usual. But I've also been going through the playtesting feedback, trying to sort out stuff from the last build. Overall it's going good. I think the main problem I have right now with the development process is the fact that I keep mentioning this, but I'm still not entirely sure about the story of the game, and I feel a little bit stuck because of it. Because it's very difficult for me to work on the actual content, like doing any final rooms, until I kind of have the story settled. Because right now, basically every single room in the game is a placeholder room. It's something just for testing purposes. So I do want to start actually building the content, but I feel like I might be doing myself a disservice if I start building content without having the story fully figured out, because I might end up having to scrap a bunch of stuff, you know? And that would mean wasted time, wasted amounts of work, which I would prefer to not do. So, I don't know, I think for now what I'm gonna do is keep thinking about the story, keep polishing the game, making sure that the tools and mechanics are as good as possible. And then if I get to the point where I feel like I almost can't even work on the game without any story focus figured out, if I still haven't done it, maybe while trying to write the story, maybe I should just play through a bunch of horror games and more story-driven games to get more ideas. Maybe take like a week just for research purposes. We'll see. I still need to play your demo on itch.io. Yeah, you can do it. The game jam version is still up and running if anyone wants to check it out. You have a link right here, where you can also find my newest game, Memento Mania, which we released last week, right? Yeah, I think so. I released it on Friday. Technically my first commercial game. One of the first games I ever worked on. That was kind of fun. Playtesting games, do the Bethesda way, all the bugs are just features. Yeah. Anyone played? I heard that they did a remaster of Oblivion, didn't they? Pretty much like just dropped it out of nowhere. Very interesting. I should say it did look kind of cool. I kinda get it. I'm also a little bit sad. Like, why, in my opinion, why would you make a remaster of The Elder Scrolls Oblivion when you have Morrowind? Like, in my opinion, they said they can't make Morrowind too hard. Oh, actually. Oh, I didn't know they had spoken out about it or whatever. Yeah, that kinda... It does make me a little bit sad, because in my opinion, I feel like Oblivion still holds up pretty well. Like, the game is not that outdated, right? Like, obviously it is going to be a bit outdated. It's not gonna feel like Skyrim or whatever, but you know, it's not fucking like, if anyone here has tried Morrowind, I did. I never actually played Morrowind, but I had one of my mates actually try it for a little bit when I was at his place, and I did realize that Morrowind actually seems very outdated. Like, I think a lot of players today that are used to the kinds of like quality of life stuff that we have today would not be able to play Morrowind. Because there's so much of that stuff where in Morrowind they will say like, oh yeah, you have to go to this town, it's to the east. No waypoint, no like objective that pops up or anything. They just say, yeah, go there and talk to this person. And you just have to find your way to that town all on your own. Talk to some NPC and ask like, where can I find this person? Like, you kind of have to manually look for the stuff, which is very uncommon today. I kind of like it in some way. I do think it could give you a very different type of experience, but yeah, I would have been much more happy to see a remaster on Morrowind. I do understand, and maybe that's why they said that they can't make it, because I understand that it's a much bigger project to remaster something like Morrowind, because obviously you would have to do even more. Like with Oblivion, I don't know how much they did, probably like teeny little quality of life stuff and better graphics is what I'm assuming. Whereas with something like Morrowind, you would have to like kind of rethink it quite a lot since it's so outdated. Oh, I didn't know you published it. The Memento Mania, you mean? Yeah, we did it on Friday, I think. Oh, Morrowind's mages all have left the company. Oh yeah, so maybe it would be difficult even starting to look back into the like code base and stuff. Maybe that's a factor as well. They just updated the graphics and some logic. All the bugs and shit are still there, of course. Who is surprised? Morrowind's definitely aged. Yeah, I feel like it. Like in my opinion, I feel like I should play Oblivion, the original Oblivion, today, and it wouldn't really be a big deal. Like almost to the point where I would say I don't know how needed this remaster was. Like, look, don't get me wrong. I understand that it wouldn't feel like the most modern game, but it's not that fucking outdated. Like, is it? I don't think it is. Well, Oblivion Game of the Year, I assume this is the old version. Like, yeah, you can tell that it's a older game. I don't know why the quality on the video is so low, but... Can I not change the quality on Steam? Okay, okay, this is going against my point now. Don't take into account the fact that this video is shit quality. I don't think it's not this bad. Let me try and update. It's really, I'm looking at it like 480p or something. Like, I don't know, I don't think this is like massively outdated, in my opinion. I should have played this today. No issue. Would it be more outdated than Skyrim? Yeah, of course, of course. But, yeah, I don't know. I would have liked to see a Morrowind remaster. Just that's a game I never played.
I was born 87 years ago. But for all these years, I've never been the ruler of my own dreams.
So this is the remaster of Oblivion.
This is the 27th of Last Seed. The year of Akatosh 433. These are the closing days of the Third Era, and the final hours of my life. I have seen the gates of Oblivion, beyond which no waking eye may see. This is only the beginning. Worse is yet to come. Looks clear. A trap!
The time of cleansing draws nigh.
Who now will save us from the coming darkness?
Cue the epic soundtrack.
Die! Here you must find your own path.
Remember the Emperor!
Ooh, Dark Brotherhood. I don't think I ever finished Oblivion. I don't think I did. I played quite a bit, but I don't think I ever finished it.
Find him. And close shut the jaws of Oblivion.
Yeah, overall, despite everything I've said, it does look cool. Yes, it does look cool. It does look a lot better, but I would have liked to see Morrowind. I would have been more hyped if they did a Morrowind remaster. That's all I'm saying. No, they should have remade Skyrim. No, that one definitely doesn't need it. I played Skyrim yesterday. Skyrim is fine. And with all the mods and stuff, I don't know. I feel like Skyrim is still up and going. Up and running. Morrowind won't hold your hand at all. Skyrim kids should never even do the first quests. Oh my god, you have to read? Yeah, exactly. No, I do think like Morrowind was a, you know, it was made in a completely different era where we, yeah, I think people, like before games it was not as handholdy. I just think that's the case. Even like the old Zelda games and stuff. Like the amount of stuff they actually don't explain, and yeah, there is definitely like a big lack of like quality of life things that makes the games easy, and like the hand-holding tutorials and stuff and waypoints and all of this, but sometimes I can kind of see the argument that it could be nice playing a game like that that's less hand-holdy too. Because it's a bit of a different experience, like even finding that guy to talk to in the next neighboring town or whatever actually becomes a bit of an adventure, because you're not just following the waypoint on the map or like fast traveling right to him. Like you actually have to figure out where this guy lives and stuff, you know. Take it with a grain of salt. Like I said, I haven't personally played Morrowind a bunch, but this is like the impression I got from seeing a bit of it. They used Unreal Engine and Creative Engine to make the remastered. I have no idea how. Interesting. Creation Engine. I don't even know if I know what that is. I played Morrowind multiplayer with my friend. My ADHD did not like the reading anymore. I just ran around. It's the same in-game. No, it is. Oblivion does not look... That was a bad quality fucking trailer for some reason. I don't know why. Is it only gonna be remastered now? Original versus remaster. Like, this is not that bad. Is this better? Yes, I'm not denying the fact that this looks a shit ton better. I'm just saying that I could play Oblivion today. I could have played this and enjoyed it. I do assume that combat might feel even a bit more iffy, but in my opinion, I think that combat in the Elder Scrolls always have, like even Skyrim, in my opinion, Skyrim is a great game. I enjoy playing it. I mean, I played it yesterday, to be clear. However, I do think the combat is a bit shite. That's my opinion. I don't think, it's not like great feedback and stuff, and it does feel like you're just, I don't know, you're just whipping your sword around, like, it doesn't ever feel like you really hit someone, you know? I don't know. But I feel like I don't play these type of games because they have the best combat system. You know, you play them for the world, right? You play them for the universe that they are in. I feel like that it's the like world building, the massiveness of everything that kind of made you play these games, in my opinion, at least. In my case, I think that's how it is. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasando? So that's the remaster. Yeah, I don't know. I stand by it. I think I should have played the original Oblivion without too much of an issue today. Whereas something like Morrowind, this game like looks and feels heavily outdated. Oh yeah, the flying. I'm seeing that. Let me catch up in chat here as well. The horizontal looks way better in the remastered. Yeah, I mean, I'm not denying the fact that the remastered looks way better. Of course it does. Alright, I'm gonna sleep. Have a game, Devin. Thank you very much, Robert Chandis. Appreciate you dropping by, man, and have a good night. The trailer looks cool, but in-game it's still the same. Nothing like this. Yeah. I never liked the world of Oblivion. I have no idea why. It just feels boring. Interesting. Oblivion OST is godlike. I feel like these kind of games need one of those like epic theme songs, you know? They just do. Creation Engine is what Bethesda uses for all of their games. Oh, so it's like is that their own game engine? Is that how that works? Can I use it, or is it like, do they only use it in company, internally, or whatever? WoW had great combat. I think I've barely seen that, to be honest. You can mod it to look a little bit better. Yeah, the good thing about these games is that they tend to be quite moddable, don't they? But yeah, you can see here immediately, like there's a lot of reading going on. And here you can clearly see with like the UI and the graphics, like this game is, like even the animations, like how is this guy walking? He looks like he has something up his ass. Like he just does. That's just how it looks. Oh yeah, there were no voice lines in this either, were there? Like a lot of reading. Fucking almost anywhere I click is reading something. And the combat as well, holy shit, yeah, the combat is... Like I said, I don't give too much credit to like the combat in Oblivion and Skyrim. I still think it is a little bit shite. But it's way better than in Morrowind, that is for sure. Because here they barely had no feedback whatsoever.
There is no escape!
Yeah, like this is an outdated game. Anyway, I think that's enough about the Elder Scrolls series, but I just thought we'd talk a little bit about it. Not sure if you can use Creation Engine to make games, but you can make mods with it. Ah, okay. Oh, it's called Creation Kit that normal people use. Ah, okay, interesting. We can talk about keyboards for 2 hours, but not Elder Scrolls. Yeah, I mean, I just feel like we need to get to work, people. We need to get to work. This is a productivity stream, isn't it? I'm always productive. Not really, but you know, we're trying. Have I forgotten to do any commits recently? I haven't. I actually have made my commits. Okay, let me check this thing with the doors, because I feel like I forgot the whole thing about checking whether it's the correct door. I mean, we can show this first, so you guys get an idea of what exactly we worked on. Okay, so you can kind of hear the rain in the background, right? Which is coming from this room. In here you can hear that it's slightly louder. because you hear it through these windows, right? So here it's slightly lower. However, if we close the door, it's even lower. Almost maybe too low, because now I like really have to listen for it. I think that might be because the other ambience, the general ambience, is a bit too loud as well. I think we should lower that one. But I think this is pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. However, I feel like I forgot to make it so that... I think this one just automatically lowers the volume. Whether it's the... it should or not. Is door closed? So on door interaction, volume modifier, depending on if the door is closed or not, we do 25% or 50%. We find the room script, and then we play neighbor room ambience. Yeah, so we will always do this. We need to make sure that it only plays the affects the correct ambience. Or it's only the correct door that should affect it whatsoever. Like, if I had a door to the left here, opening and closing that one shouldn't affect this noise whatsoever, since the noise is coming from the room over here. So let's brush up our memory a little bit. Let me close all of this. Then we're gonna open door. And we're gonna open room. Copy neighbor audience. This we only do if the bool is set to true, so that's good. Boom. Playroom ambience, volume modifier. Does the door do this on enable now as well? It doesn't. Oh, do I check whether the door is closed? Yeah. Yeah, so we find the door. If the... Let's see. We check the... If room ambience... If we find the room ambience, we loop through the exits in this room, and we try to find the one that's leading to the room that's playing this ambience. And then we get component door. We check whether it is closed or not. And then we update this. So yeah, the first time it will be correct because we manually find the door. And then next time when you click on the door, we just trigger this one, play neighbor room ambience, but then we pause in the volume multiplier, so that's already hard-coded here. Room ambience. I think we should stop using these magic numbers. So I'm gonna do a... I can't do private, no. We're gonna do a public static. I guess maybe door closed volume. Oh wait, this needs to be a public static float. And then I would want a door open volume. And then we can hardcode this. I think I might raise this a little bit. Oh no, wait, this one should be... Let's raise both of them. Let's do 0.6. And then with the door closed, I think we're gonna do 0.3. So slightly higher. Modifier, if it is closed, then we should do the door closed volume. Otherwise the door open volume. Here we just pass in a volume modifier, that's fine. I mean, we should actually... We don't need to do that. Just now I had to put in the volume in multiple places. We might as well just pass in a bool whether the door is open or closed. So we do door is closed. And then here we can copy this, put this down here, and we remove this, and then we just pass in the closed variable. Plain neighbor room ambience, bool door is closed, and then we do volume modifier depending on door is closed. If it is closed, we do the closed volume, otherwise the open volume. Now we only need to use this in one specific place. Then we pass in this. Yeah. Now we do the same thing here. We no longer need to pass in this. All we can do is we instead do a bool is closed is equal to is door closed, which checks whether one of the closed doors is active or not. Room equals get component in parent room. I shouldn't have to do get parent every single time, so I think we're gonna do a private room, and then we do a private void await, where we say that room is equal to get component in parent room. Now we only need to do that part once, because that's never gonna change. And then here we just go room.play neighbors room ambience, and then we pass in the is closed bool. Wait, can I not pass in this function? Is that possible? Can I do this? So in that case we can save one line. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think I can call this method. Yeah, that's gonna do the same thing as far as I know. That seems fine. Let's double check if this works or not. .3, 0.6. Maybe 0.6 is a little bit loud. Yeah, I think we can keep 0.5. But then we boost up the closed volume. Because I think this is also... This is linear, but the actual volume of this sound might still be logarithmic or whatever they call it. Which means that the lower values are gonna have a bit greater change. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, that seems good. I think we need to lower the volume of the generic ambience though. Low tone ambience, let's do like, let's try 70%.
Don't forget to save.
That is probably a good idea. How you doing, Chex? I saw you playing a bit of Alan Wake, right? You seem to really be enjoying the game. I was lurking a little bit. You seem to really enjoy it, that's all I'm gonna say. Maybe this... that should work, I think. Worst game ever made. Yeah, you didn't seem too happy when I was in your stream. How you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm getting a lot better. I still have a little bit of a lingering cough, but overall I'm doing quite good. Doing quite good. Yeah, we should start doing more of these small commits as well.
Neckert 20 is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. As soon as I say I'm getting better, it's like, yeah, he might as well stand up, right? Right? Little Neckert. I'm joking. That is a fun button to press. I see why Rocker does it. Yeah, I suppose. I get it. What should we do here? What did we change? Volume modifier of doors is static. Static volume modifier of doors. Let's commit that, why not? You know what? I'm gonna say it. Using a vertical mouse, it's not as weird as I thought it would be. I feel like I'm already kind of getting used to it. I'm barely even thinking about the fact that this is a vertical one. Like, I'm probably like I said, my accuracy is probably gonna be slightly worse for a bit. But it's kind of not that big of a deal, to be honest. That is what we're doing right now. Still have to work on it though. I don't even know how to explain this. I'll fix that at some point. What is it called, the mouse? It's the Logitech MX Vertical. That's one. The one thing I should say, just this is the same series. I mentioned this before. I used to use the Logitech MX Master, the normal one. Now I got the vertical one. They cost almost the same. The normal one is a lot higher in quality. I cannot lie and say that's not the case. This one does feel more plasticky. It feels a bit lighter. The buttons are a lot louder. More of a sharp, high tone click sound. It doesn't feel as high quality as the MX Master. But I don't know. So far it's fine. I think I can get used to this. We have an ad coming up in about 30 seconds, so for any non-subscribers, you might see an ad pop up, but thank you guys for your patience and hope to see you on the other side. Have you tried a vertical mouse, Cheds? Okay. Dude, I don't know how I want to do this. I feel like I need to make this system more robust. Because right now we still have the issue that we're not checking the... Oh wait, we are checking if this is the correct door. No, we're not. Not when we close it. Maybe... Oh, I have an idea. What if each door has a list of ambient sounds that are playing through it at the moment? That could be something. So the first time when we're in the room, we find all of the sounds that are playing in neighboring rooms, and we assign those sounds, or those ambiences, to the different doors. Now the room doesn't have to care about it anymore. And then each time you close and open, like now the door knows which sounds it should affect. The ads are over. Welcome back, people. Copy neighbor ambience. So what if we made this one? Find the ambience. And then here, if exit equals neighbor, then we get the reference to the door, and then we... Yeah, basically we have to tell this door that you are playing a sound. I kinda wonder... What do I do here? Room ambience. I just have one line for it, and that one gets copied. So we could pass this one in to the door. And have the door handle this. I'm kind of starting to wonder if I should make this into a list as well, in case I later on want to be able to play more than one room ambience at the same time. Maybe this shouldn't even be... Maybe this shouldn't even be in the room. We should be able to have a list of room ambience here that are playing in the room, but everything in regards to neighbor ambience, maybe that should be handled in the door. Because the door is the one that's actually playing it. So then, because here, if I'm gonna be able to do support for multiple room ambiences, if I set this one, sorry, I'm covering this for you guys. Let me move here quickly. So, this room ambience is the one that's playing in the room. If I do support for multiple room ambiences, then if I select that I want to copy room ambience, it should only copy one at the moment. Like, yeah, I think we need to make this into a list. Or like I said, or we could do it where I put it on the door instead, so the door script here would have handle all of this. Yeah, I think that's it. So This one has an array or a list of ambient sounds that are playing through this door from the neighbor room. Room has door array? Yeah, not at the moment. Technically, yes. So I should change this at the moment. Right now, I have a exit. And this exit has a name for organization purposes. This is just for me. And then a game object. And then the room that it's going to. So we are gonna change it so that this is to our new door script, but before I didn't use that. So the reason I have this door is because that one works as the key in the dictionary that we create of the exits in this room. You can see how a door has a next room, but does a door have a current room? Yeah, so what I do is that here, in await, we find the room that this one is in. But technically this one doesn't have a reference to the next room. This gets a little bit confusing now, because we have this script we have this class that we call door, but I also, in the room, I have an array of exits, which is technically a different thing. But I guess maybe we could kind of move this over to the doors as well. No, the reason why I didn't want to do that is because if I'm gonna change the layout of the world or of the levels, I need to go into each room and find each door in that room and assign it. It's pretty convenient for me to be able to just click on a room and see where this one has connections. So I kinda like having this array here. And then when you click on a door, that loops through this array to find like this room that it's going to. Which that part probably... No. Yeah, I was trying to say this should be moved to the door, but I don't think I want that. Just like I said, I think because then if I want to change it, I have to go into the doors all of the time. Kinda like this being a part of the room. What's up, AE? How you doing? That guy Bruce as well, welcome in. Hope you guys are having a good Wednesday. But do I want support for multiple room ambiances? I kinda think I do. Which means we would have... Amesis with the raid! Amy is here, what's up Wakacha? Welcome in Amesis, how are you doing, man? Let me throw a big shout out here to the one, the only, Amesis. If anyone coming in does not know of me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and usually I'm over here. We are working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which you can wishlist on Steam as we speak. We're working on a bit of ambience today. If anyone is interested, you can see a little teaser for the game right about. There we go, it was a little sleepy brain today, but hey, the game is coming together slowly. Nice man, glad to hear it. For anyone who doesn't know, Amesis is working on Shadows of Tuonela, which you can also wishlist. I'm on my developer account, I have this wishlisted on my normal account, I promise, but I'm gonna wishlist it here as well, why not? Make sure to click both of those buttons, support our fellow developers. What were you watching? I was lurking in your stream earlier. What's up, Jitai? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Virtual flashlight effect. Thank you. Appreciate it. Inspired by Don't Starve. I think it's more inspired by RuneScape, or specifically maybe the RuneScape Wilderness, right? So it looks, graphically speaking, I suppose it's very similar. I don't know. Did you take RuneScape and Don't Starve? Yeah. I do realize now, actually thinking about it. Graphically speaking, it's very similar to Don't Starve. Yeah, so Don't Starve for the visuals and RuneScape Wilderness for the gameplay is pretty much the mix here. Yeah, check it out, it's a cool game. Yeah, I can link it again. Made sure to show some support. You were talking about playing horror games to get ideas. I recommend Amanda the Adventurer. Okay, looks very... This gives me a very like Five Nights at Freddy's vibe. Like there's this cutesy little thing, but it's also horror.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly.
Answer my question.
Nothing like that. I feel like the theme of it seems kind of similar. I'm not saying that the gameplay necessarily is similar, but like the... You know how you have these like technically kind of cute, innocent animatronics in Five Nights at Freddy's? I don't know though, like I said, this is just my first impression thing here. The kids show horror. Yeah, exactly. There's some puzzle elements here.
Can I share a secret with you? What tool should we use to fix Wooly's head?
Good reviews. Overwhelmingly positive. Yeah, might have to check that one out. Thanks for sharing. It's really well made for such a simple game. It seems nice. And like I said, nice reviews. But it's also quite repetitive. Amanda? The Amanda game? It has many what the fuck moments that make you think. Interesting. Yeah, I think I do need to play a bit more horror games at some point. I'm not hyped about it, because for anyone who doesn't know, ironically, as a horror game developer, I am a fucking coward. I am an absolute coward when it comes to horror games. But oh well, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do in it. Amanda the Adventurer, that title is gonna trick some innocent kids like Shafi, yeah. Actually, kinda true. Yeah, I think the horror is about everything feels off. It's creepy, but not too much anything else. Interesting. So, would you say it's more creepy than scary in terms of like... Yeah, do you get what I mean? I think that is simple. I think it takes a certain skill to make something consistently creepy, to keep that kind of creepy tension throughout the game. I think that's something that I probably would need to, what you call it, kind of practice a little bit as well. Because I think that was one of the mistakes I did in the Game Jam version. Also, can I sit down? Fucking hell, I've been standing for like 20 minutes. Did you ever play Choo Choo Charles? That's a funny horror game. I haven't played it, but I've seen it a bit. The developer of that game is a YouTuber as well, isn't he? I think I've watched some of his videos on YouTube. More those when he's like talking about game design and stuff. So I've seen a little bit of this game. Yeah, this guy. What's his name? 2-Star James. But this is not a channel. I think, does he not have a... He has another channel, doesn't he? I'm almost certain that he has another channel where he like talks about just game dev stuff. If anyone knows the name of it, I don't know if I actually subscribe to it, but I watched a few videos. I should subscribe to it. Very interesting. Oh, it's him.
Hey, Chappie, focus.
I am focusing. What's up, Ameripon? How you doing? This guy... What's his name again? Varazzo. He made a video on the Shroud of Gloom Game Jam version. But how am I not finding this? Jeff win a game? No. He's talking about like, do you even want to make games? I know we had one video about something like that. I know this guy has a second channel. I know he does. I don't think it should be this difficult to find it though. I think man's gotta work on some SEO stuff. I feel like this should pop up. I think you got a fair amount of views and stuff on that video as well. Technically, you are distracted. Yeah, I suppose that might actually be true. Yeah, you might be onto something here, Checks. I am technically being distracted here. I'm focusing on my distraction. Uh-huh. Fucking got you there, didn't I? Yeah? I mean, I might be distracted, but I'm focusing on it. You gotta read the fine print, man. Is the TTS using TTS Monster? I don't think so. It's standard, what do you call it? Streamlabs text-to-speech. I'm not sure I fully know what TTS Monster is, to be honest. Touche. I don't know how to make accent marks, no worries. Dude, I'm getting a little bit pissed off though. Why is this channel so hard to find? He does these like very normal thumbnails where he's just like sitting in the room and then he just talk a bit about game design. I might have to give up. I cannot understand how this is why it's so hard to find this channel. Hold on, I'll just another TTS service, but it has a lot of voice/sound effects. Yeah, there's no, like, I do get to decide which voice it's gonna be. So I use Brian, one of those common ones. But that's about it, to be honest. Are you sure you're not talking about the interview where he was? No, I know this is like his own channel, but he does more like, not like, because the channel we looked at here, right? This is like proper, let's say 2-star. This is like proper edited, curated YouTube content, right? Like popping thumbnails. I assume this is gonna be like the kind of high engagement type of video. I think he has a second channel where, for lack of a better word, I don't mean this in a bad way, he has slightly more like low effort content where he's just talking about like game design. Yes, thank you, this is the one I was looking at. Oh, I was subscribed, never mind. Scientia Ludos. So this is more like, it's not like, you know, this type of like super engaging edited YouTube content. He's just like casually talking about the art of making games and like certain game dev aspects and whatnot. And as you can see, I watched a few here. I think this is... I've actually quite liked these videos, to be honest. The creator of Shoot Shots. How was it this difficult for me to find the channel? I feel like this should have popped up way sooner. Thank you, Emeripon. Appreciate ya. Is that the bottom? You just had to scroll? Wait, do you mean on 2-star? Does he have a link to it here? Oh, he did. He did. There we go. Okay. Yeah, my mistake. Yeah, so this is kind of how I know about the game, because I know he, in some of these videos, he has like mentioned Choo Charles and, you know, being the developer of it. So I've seen a little bit of gameplay as well, but not like too much. I do like the locks he has on the door. Pretty funny little detail. I mean, I do YouTube as my day job. Wait, do you? I didn't know that. I mean, in some regard, you could almost argue that I do as well. I feel like I should have been able to find that. Like, let's be honest here. I do the same fucking shit. I do the same exact thing, and I just didn't bother scrolling down. Does Let's See Mates Ameripon's name sound like they made video on some adult sites? No, I hope not. Yep, I manage YouTube channels, I run them, not my own channel. Interesting. Oh yeah, I see what you mean, Wakacha. Interesting. How did you end up in that space? So wait, you manage YouTube channels. Do you edit? Or is it more like the managerial, just stuff around the channels themselves? Or do you edit the videos too? You know, I am in not safe for work game dev, right? Oh wait, yeah, I think I do now when you mention it. Yeah, I think I do. What's up, polyglot programmer? Yeah, now when you say it, I think I do. To be fair though, did you guys see that fucking... When do we have this? Game dev. Genre study. Sexual content. It's a big fucking genre on Steam. So this is game genre median earnings versus number of released games since 2019. I think this is slightly old. This might be like 2023 or something. Like, it's the, let's see, number of games released. Yeah, according to this, sexual content on Steam was the #1 genre in terms of released games. Median earnings, maybe not that high. So I suppose that it's only the top games that make, you know, the most amount of money. But it's a big fucking genre. Here is the link to that one if anyone is curious. (2019) might be a bit outdated though. Yeah, but to be clear, I don't think this is. Oh yeah, I think it says in the link there. The post is from 2022, so this is the data from 2019 to 2022. It's still a bit old, yes. It's not like the, you know, fully current data, of course, but it's not only from 2019 either. This made it sound more outdated than it was. It's slightly outdated, yes. Sexual content is always on the rise. I can edit, I have edited, but I manage the channels as a whole, so I tell them... Oh, damn, I tell them what to film, tell them what to edit, what edits to make, and then I put it up on YouTube and set it all up and release it. Interesting. Interesting. So you're kind of like a proper... You're like a proper manager for like YouTubers or YouTube channels. So I assume then, do you do all of the SEO stuff and that kind of like... Do you handle all of that stuff in terms of like descriptions and tags and that stuff then? Yeah, you do. Interesting. How did you get into this, out of curiosity? It is like my channel? Yeah, I get what you mean. But the final say is with the boss, yeah. Interesting. You just boss them around? Yeah, you're basically paid to boss them around. But then I suppose, as you said, like, in the end, it's not like you're still not like... Technically speaking, you're not owning the channel, but you are fully, like, managing it. I like that they're normalizing sexual content in games, but most of those games are horrible, just visual novels with a few hours of text. Interesting. And maybe that's why... Maybe there's a lot of like low effort content, and that's why the median is also quite low. Maybe. My armchair theories here. SEO tags, titles, thumbnails, etc. Interesting. Did you know Swedish politics are talking about banning porn? I had no idea. Chirpy is sweating. What's up, Raka? How you doing? I had no idea. I am incredibly proficient at not staying up to date with what's happening in the world. I would almost say it's a skill, to be honest. How you doing, Raka? Nice to have you, man. Another fellow streamer, dear friend of the channel. Go and check him out if you haven't. Oh, dude, I got some... I don't know. One of my eyes is twitching a bit. It's fucking annoying me. Oh well. We got an ad coming up in about 1 minute or so for the non-subscribers. Thank you guys for your patience. That's why you're so happy. Yeah, I had no idea. I had no idea, to be honest. But like I said, I don't really stay up to date with news nor politics. I tend to just not really bother. Imagine not being subbed. That's hilarious. Why is it one stream after he subs? I mean, it's fair, it's fair. Nah, no one has to subscribe, but we do very much appreciate it if you want to. Did you know that if you have Amazon Prime, you can actually skip this ad for free by using your Prime sub? Pretty cool, isn't it? Sus. I started as a freelance editor and they wanted to make videos that appealed to a bigger audience than just Japan. But the channel was a mess. I just told them to let me handle it, and if I could double their subs in 6 months, they would have to double my pay. Damn! So 200k to 600k in 6 months, and that was that, and they just kept me on and paid me well for the little amount of work I do. Damn, that's pretty fucking cool, man. That's pretty cool. Interesting. So wait, you were freelance. So how long were you a freelance editor before you got into the channel management or whatever we're gonna call it? I'm really curious about this. I barely even knew this was a thing. I don't know how common it is in general, but you know what you should do? You should fucking pitch yourself to Raka. Raka needs a manager. Man is not posting. Man is not. I heard this guy say he was gonna become a full-on YouTuber now. Almost to the point where it's gonna be less streams on Twitch and stuff. What's happening here? Still no videos. We're still waiting, man. We're still waiting. Impatiently waiting. So game dev all day long till we make a release. I mean, it sounds pretty sick, man. Bruh. I don't know if you're an ad American. Maybe you have ads running. I don't know. Let me know if you do. What did I want here? Maybe do an array of sounds that we are playing. I wonder if I should make a new class. A serializable class. Kinda like how I did with the play sounds on click. Play sounds on click. I did this. System serializable sound to play, where I pass in the sound effect, delay, volume and pitch. Do something similar for like room ambiances. Then we can save a list on each door for like what ambiances we are currently playing. But we also, if we're gonna do this with being able to support multiple ones, then we also need to... It's like here, I have a sound effect source. We need to do something similar with the room audio sources, room ambience. Like we do some object pooling. For some reason I don't get ads. It does depend a little bit on the current, like, I don't know, demand or supply of actual ads. As well as your location. So it is very possible for some people to just not get ads. Sometimes just less, just get them less, and sometimes not get them at all. Twitch should show you if a chatter is being hit by ads. That would actually be pretty sick. Like, it kind of do similarly to the... you know, when someone raids you, their message will be like wrapped up in a little like raider from blah 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 message. Like, do something similar like that with ads would actually be pretty sick. Like, so that it would say, it would wrap the message up in something like this user is currently in an ad, so that you know about it. That would actually be pretty nice. Because a lot of the time, since I know it's not always playing for people, I kind of have to... It becomes this like guessing game of whether I can reply to that message or not. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. Ad violence. They do have items that they can use already implemented. Dude, they should actually do it. I would find it quite useful. Can you see it? Yes. Yeah, and I suppose they could... Yeah, I suppose they could reuse that one. Because this is kind of the same thing, right? Yeah, watching without audio. Because usually you still see a preview, you just can't hear the stream if you're in an ad. So doing something like enabling that when someone is in an ad would actually be pretty clever. Oh, it was very quick. I made one video for them, and when I was setting the video up for them, I noticed they didn't have any tags in their videos or anything set up on any of the oh shit, yeah, that is bad. So I told them, you need to fill out this stuff, you're skipping out on half the work. Yeah, indeed. Interesting. I mean, cool job to have though. Oh shit, I forgot I was supposed to be working. What's up, Blue Blue? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Oh shit, I forgot I was supposed to be sleeping. Yeah, mate, it's getting fucking late, checks. What is it? 3:30 in the morning. If you need to go sleep, that's completely fine, man. Need to get that beauty sleep in it. I said I'd finish the trailer, but instead I trailed the fins. Sound mixer group. Maybe I should move this to the audio library to skip out on all these references. It doesn't really matter. Because how do I do it now? Get audio source. Yeah, this is my like object pooling for my sound effects. So I think we're gonna change the name of this one and do something like get sound source, as in like sound effects. Maybe I should be more specific. So where do I instantiate this? On this transform. Then we have a prefab of the sound source prefab. Why do I need a reference to the sound mixer group? Do I even use this one? No, I think that was... Oh, I might use it here in the old system. But that should be here then. Oh yeah, I do use it when I set up the old system. So that one we will be able to remove when we fully switch over to the new sound system, which we basically have like, I think 95% of my sounds are playing through the new system. Comment out the top variable and see if it's used. Look for errors. Yeah, that does work as well. True. To be fair though, it was very close. It's literally on the... I can see it on the same page, even though I'm quite zoomed in. Can still try see if I use it somewhere else. I do. Wait, 2 errors. Why does that give me an error now? Oh no, that was in a different... Oh, of course. Okay, so we should make a similar one here, where we do like a private audio source. Get... Should I rename this into something other than a room ambience? Because it is a little bit confusing, because I now have something called ambience and something called room ambience. I don't know if I should use some more proper naming here. I'll keep it like this for now. Get room ambience source. But I need to be able to stop these as well. What's the difference between ambience and room ambience? Ambience is fully generic. It's like universal across rooms. So that's like the consistent background noise that's going on. Whereas room ambience is something that's directly correlated to something in a specific room. So in this case, the example we have is the rain sound. The rain sound is coming from the windows that's in one of the rooms. That's why you hear the rain. So it's like specific to this room. Hence why if you're in the room next to it, you can still hear it, but on a lower volume and so on. So it's... yeah, I suppose it's just more tied to the rooms themselves. That's why I kind of separated them, I suppose. Ambience not is persistent equals true. Yeah, I suppose I could, because the thing is, like, in terms of scriptable objects, they're the same. Both are considered ambience in terms of scriptable objects. I just handle the playing of them a little bit differently, I suppose. Well, yeah, in some regard we probably should merge them. The thing is that I need to be able to loop through these, I think. So I think we need... I don't want to loop through unnecessary ones, so I think we're gonna do a new parent object that we place all of the ambience in.
I'm lurking over here.
Thank you very much for lurking, Strom. Appreciate you. We should do something like a transform, and then we do room ambience transform. I suppose one of the changes as well in terms of, or the differences between room ambience and the general ambience is that currently, or with this system at least, we can only have one general ambience at a specific time, whereas we could have multiple, like room ambience has become a bit more dynamic in that way. I still think there's a way where we could merge it, as you said. Yeah, you could just consolidate them into ambience and have a persistent flag, yeah. I mean, the only difference would be that one is... No, wait, they're all looping. We would just never stop that one, really. Yeah, maybe this is unnecessary, because it is kind of the same thing. Yeah, maybe we should actually. Because what if I want to play two normal ambiences at the same time anyway? I mean, I should still play one as a room ambience, since like I said, like in terms of scriptable objects, they're the same. Like a room ambience is a ambience scriptable object too. It's just that the way I play them currently is a bit different. But I don't know if it has to be. Yeah, I might change it. Let's do one thing at a time now. Let's see if we can get object pooling to work for this first. Because currently I have a selected ambience source here. So one of these audio sources is specifically for ambience and one is for room ambience. But they both play through the same ambience mixer. Ambience clip dot is persistent. Well, I don't use clips since I do my scriptable objects. That is like all of the data. So I never actually pass in a clip as a variable. Because I need to be able to control it more finely. So what we do is that we have these scriptable objects, right? Where I have whether or not it's going to be looping, what the volume is, and then the clip we're playing. Just so I can fine-tune the volume here and have that like persistent. Well, Slamu, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate you, man. Hope you having a good Wednesday. Okay, we're gonna do we have a transform where we're gonna put all of the ambience sources. We're gonna need a game object, which is going to be the actual prefab of the source. So we're gonna do ambience source prefab. So we have somewhere to spawn it in, we have the thing to spawn in. Public list, audio source, sound effect sources. Yeah, that's what... Oh wait, then I could actually spawn them on the same game object. Because I still... As long as I can loop through this list, it's kind of fine. Just I still have the references here. Yeah, we might not need this transform. It would be clean in the hierarchy, but you only really see this at runtime, so I don't know if I care enough. Oh, ambience clip in the sense that it's extending the Unity audio clip or whatever. Oh, okay, I see what you mean, yeah. Okay, so I think we do this, and why is this list public? Sound effect sources, why are you public? Go to implementations, no? How do I find everywhere I call this one? Why can I not see like... Oh wait, I think I know. I think I did this one public just for it to show up. No, just then I would have used serialized field. Why are you... Okay, what happens if I make this private? Just doing that to get rid of the error. See, I think I have an error somewhere else as well. Here. I love naming. It's like spending 3 hours trying to find the right kick drum sample for your song. It kind of is. Yeah, I don't have any errors. Yeah, I don't think that one needs to be public. I don't know why I made it public. But I do need to assign the first... Yeah, because I always start with 1 or 2 audio sources and then we dynamically create them. So the first one needs to be assigned here. So we're gonna serialize field, private list, audio source, sound effect sources. Then we're gonna do private list, audio source, ambience sources. And then we have our function, get sound effect source, get room ambient source. We're gonna basically do the same thing we do here. Currently, with my object pool, I never actually delete any of them. If all of them are playing something, I just add a new one. I never start removing stuff that's not playing. I think it's fine for now, but that might be something we want to do in the future for like slight optimization. I don't know how much of a difference it makes, but because there's never gonna be like hundreds of these anyway, I think. Keep it private, otherwise next thing you know, you're creating an OnlyFans and then we'll need to have an intervention. Yeah, no, it should. I have turned into one of them people who try to make as much as possible private. It's mad surprising how not weird it was to use a vertical mouse. I thought this would be so much weirder. I'm gonna be honest here, I'm almost not even thinking about it. At this point, I've almost even forgotten that I'm using a vertical mouse. I thought it would... I really thought it would be weirder than it actually is. Oh, you got the vertical mouse? Which one? I got the Logitech MX Vertical. So I got the same mouse, or yeah, from the same series as my old one, because I really liked this one. But trying out the vertical one. That's my... Oh, you used this one as well. Nice, man. Yeah, I do have to say that it does feel more... It does feel more comfortable for like the wrist. You can kind of sense that the hand is in a bit more of a natural position, you know? I can't comprehend using that without actually using it. No, I think it is hard to do before you get your hands on it, but... Yeah, I do think I expected it to be weirder than it is. Ergonomic, indeed. You don't have to turn your wrist, it's better. Yeah, it's so much... It feels a lot more natural for the wrist. It is quite comfortable, actually. And as someone who started experiencing, you know, pain in my hand and stuff, I feel like it's worth it. I probably still... It's gonna take a while to get exactly as, like... Yeah, I don't feel like I'm as accurate at the moment. Very slight... I'm talking like 5%. I can just about sense that... Like, when it comes to finally placing the cursor somewhere, like, I feel like I'm slightly less accurate, but I think that's gonna take like a day or two, and I'm gonna be fully used to it. But like I said, I'm not really thinking about the fact that it's vertical. I barely noticed. It was a lot more approachable than I thought it would be. Yeah, we now have a function to find our ambience source. Let's rename this as well. Let's just do get ambience source. And let's have a look. So we're gonna use this now for room ambience. I don't see object pool. Yes, but also you do. You don't and you do. So I could not be bothered looking up about the actual object pool keyword in Unity. So I just made my own object pool, but it basically works the exact same. And I did ask Moonis about it, and it didn't seem like it would really make a difference. Because I'm basically doing the same thing that you would with an object pool, just that I guess I do it slightly more manually. Like I set up a little bit more stuff myself, but the concept of how this works is the exact same. Like whenever I play a sound, since that's where I have it implemented now. Yeah, pool is just a collection. Yeah, exactly. Like, I just get my sound effect source, and this will check whether there's a free one to use. If there is one that's currently not playing, we return that one. Otherwise, if all of the current sources I have are playing a sound, then we instantiate a new one and add it to the list. So it's just a bit of a manual object pool, I suppose. So, like I said, the only thing I don't do now is that I never delete these. Like, if I create a new audio source, I keep that one. That might be something I will switch in the future if I need to from like an optimization standpoint, but compared to what I did before, like before, the old system is this, right? Where I would loop through my list of sound effects and create one audio source for each individual sound effect in the game. Like, this gave me like 100 audio sources. Whereas now, when I've been playing and testing this, you never really play more than 5 sound effects maybe at the same time. So I think it's even quite rare that I actually have to instantiate one. So I don't know how important currently it is for me to delete these, but one of them things we can always keep in mind for the future in case we do want to optimize it a little bit. Oh wait, when we play a room ambience, yeah, this is another thing that's different with a room ambience. It's gonna have a position, because I want room ambience to play in a 3D space. So what we're gonna have to do is that if the sound is playing from the left door, we want to move the audio source to the left door so it sounds like it's playing from there. Also, Clint's TV, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate you, man. Welcome in. Play room ambience. So now we pass in a ambience and volume multiplier. I guess we have to do this more like we did with the sound effects then. So here we pass in a vector 3 position. Okay, we got some ads coming up in about 1 minute. I think I'm gonna take a short little 1 minute break during the ads and just get myself a bit more tea, and then we'll be right back at it. But I should be back before the ads are over. Starting in about 40 seconds or so. Pitch variation I don't think we're gonna use. I guess we could do overloading as well for the normal ones. Ah, but I need to be able to find... Yeah. Oh shit, wait, how do I know which ones to turn off? Oh wait, I guess whenever I switch a room, I actually want to stop all. And then we set it up No, that seems unnecessary. Whenever you go into a new room, we should loop through the list of room ambiences that are playing while we're trying to set up our own. If we are currently playing one of the same ones, we continue playing it, but maybe we change the volume. If we find one we're not supposed to be playing, then we just fucking... we stop that one. Maybe. Unfortunately, I gotta sleep. Hope you figure out the new ambience design. No worries, checks. Thank you very much for dropping by, as per usual. Appreciate having you here, man. And yeah, go get yourself some sleep. I know it's quite late where you are, so get yourself some well-deserved sleep, and I'll catch you next time. Thank you for dropping by, man. Okay, we got some ads going. I'm gonna, like I said, quickly take a break here and just fill up on some tea, and I will be right back. Thank you guys for your patience. Cheers. And we are back. Thank you guys for your patience. Appreciate ya. Okay, audio source object pooling. That is what we are doing. So now we're gonna have to pause in a position, because we want this to play in 3D space. I think this is the reason why I might want to handle this differently. Because there is a bit of extra logic to room ambiences compared to generic ambience. Whether or not we're going to have one or multiple of generic ambiences as well, they're still gonna be handled a bit differently. I guess stop room ambience, yeah, so we're gonna make it this one, I suppose, loop through all of them instead. And then we call this each time we exit a room. And then have the new room set up all of the new ambience. Okay, I think the easiest thing to do to start off is that we're gonna just straight up copy how we play our sound effects. So we have an overload, whether or not I want to do all of the extra stuff, that's kind of fine. Maybe today we should see if we can get it to work with the... I tried to make it, I want to make it so that we can change the reverb depending on the size of the room as well. That would be kind of fun to sort out. Not that I really have any room that are different sizes at the moment. Maybe we should make one. Maybe. Play room ambience. Let's do this. Let's copy paste this in here. Audio source is equal to not get sound effect source. We're gonna do get ambience source. Position equals position. Okay, so we just straight up, I no longer override the Z value. So wait, when I play that one, what do I play sound on click? Do I just pass in the transform.position? I do. Oh, I think I set them up so that the Z-axis is going to be correct. I think that's how I did it. So I think we can remove this. Is that, how do I, is there a shortcut to delete the line? I guess delete, maybe? No? I know Control X kind of works since you cut out the entire line. But is there not like a shortcut to just instantly delete this
Verity
line.
underscore is forcing you to stand up
Let's
for 10
do
minutes.
it. We can't be sitting all day. Source.gameObject.transform position is equal to position. Source.clip is equal to ambiance.clip. Volume equals volume. Oh, that's because I have the overload stuff here, don't I? Yeah, this is where I set the volume to volume times volume multiplier. So we're gonna change that a little bit here. Playroom ambience. We don't have a... Yeah, we're gonna make a new float volume, which is equal to... not source.volume. It's gonna be equal to ambience.volume times volume multiplier. We're not gonna have any pitch variation. We're not gonna change the pitch. I do think we should do source.loop is equal to ambience.loop. There is brain dead at the moment. I think it's shift delete. Ah, that's a bit of an annoying one. Yeah, you're right. Shift delete. Oh, I guess I should do it with the right shift as well. But on a normal keyboard, the delete key is in a little bit of an inconvenient place. Yeah, exactly. Control X kinda works if you're not currently copy-pasting something and you don't care about accidentally getting that in your clipboard. Control X is a much more convenient shortcut to do, isn't it? Just as you can do it fully with the left hand, which means that whether you're typing or using the mouse, your right hand can do other stuff at the same time. This is, yeah, it's more annoying having to move my right hand to do a shortcut. Control L also line deletes? Oh, it does. But that's also, like, it's just too far to reach it comfortably. Yeah, exactly, it's a weird combo too, it is. Yeah, I think Control H seems like the most useful one. Unless you, as you said, like, if you're actually copy-pasting something at the moment, then you can't really use it, but otherwise it's kind of fine. Do I care about this? No. So wait, is this all I need to do then? Yeah, we just need to pass in a few things here. The ambience, the volume multiplier, and then a vector 3 position. If room ambient source dot, if it isn't playing, oh, then I do a fade here. So that means the first time I play something, I fade it in. I don't know if I want to do this. Because It's not playing. I mean, it isn't gonna be playing because we get audio, so this is never gonna be called actually. Since the get ambient source is gonna return a source that isn't currently playing. Or is it? Should it return a source that's playing the same? Because we have to keep that in mind. There's no reason why we should stop playing. Yeah, so we can actually change this. We loop through them and we check if a source is not playing, and in that case we return it. But otherwise we need to do 2 loops, and maybe that's more unnecessary. Just what we could do, theoretically, is loop through all of them and check if one is already playing the same ambience. Then we grab that one and we just tweak it. Otherwise we would have to loop through again to find one that isn't playing, one that's free. But I think we're gonna stop playing when you switch room anyway, so I don't think it matters. I suppose it's more if you're gonna change a sound effect while... How am I over-optimizing here? How computationally, like, difficult is it to loop through a list? It's probably not that bad. Because now, if I would only change the volume, I'm gonna restart playing the clip. For example, when you close a door, we're still gonna be playing the same room ambience, just at a lower volume. But with the current system, every time you close that door, we're gonna reset that audio source. Yeah, we need something to be able to find whether this is a sound effect that's currently playing. I think we need to. The annoying thing... Are you only checking the list on room change? If so, cross is basically nil with 5 sources. Yeah, I might not only do it, since when I close a door, when I don't go through it, when I just close the door, we also want to change the volume of whatever sounds you are hearing from that room. But I suppose then I don't need to get a new one, then I can only, because then I know this one is already playing. So that one is actually different. We could have a separate method to find a specific ambient source. So get ambient source returns a new, completely free one. But what if we then had a private audio source, I don't know, find ambience source, where we pass in a ambience. Just, there's no reason why I need to, just this one, if I call this one, I'm gonna try and create a new one. But in these cases, I probably just want to find one. I mean, because I know it's gonna be playing, I could even... have this return a list. Yeah, maybe that's what I want to do. Maybe I want to find ambient sources that are playing. The sounds I currently have. I want to change. If there's any outside of this, then we stop it. Maybe, something like that. Because here, we should pass in a list of ambience, and we should return a list of audio sources. So we find... oh shit. we find all of this. We pass in these ambiances and we return each source that is playing one of those. I still might need to loop through this multiple times, which might be an issue because you could theoretically spam click the door. But I also kind of would like this to work, because, I don't know, it feels like a neat detail. But I want to make sure, yeah, because it's gonna be weird if we restart. I think that's gonna be, you're gonna be able to hear if you restart the ambience each time. Because here what we should do is... Wait, we should make a new list, right? We make a new... Does this not have to be... Oh no, that's a name, right? Variable list is equal to new list audio source. So we make a new one. And then we loop through each variable source in ambient sources. And we say, oh my, no, this feels like it's too much. Because what do I do now? I have to find this source and then loop through the list of ambiances inside of each loop to find if it matches one in here. And then continue to the next one, loop through this one to find it. This feels bad. In that case, I think it's better that we do this. We set up the list in the other function. This function only returns a specific one. Well, that's still gonna make me loop through each fucking time. But is that... how bad is that? Is the question. Okay, I think we should just make something that works and then we can tune it later. I think that generally speaking is a pretty good approach. If it's not perfect now, it doesn't really matter. The important thing is to get something out, get something working, and if it's not working well enough, then we can see if we can like fine-tune it. I think that's the approach we should try and have. Barry or Burzy, I don't know, sorry if I'm butchering your name, but thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Hope you have a good Wednesday. Okay, so for each variable source, let's say we don't need to create this. Can I? Oh yeah, I can return null, right? If I don't find one, we just return null. Find ambient source. For each variable source in ambient sources, if... I need to check if it's playing. Not really. No, I don't really care if it is or isn't playing. All I want to know is that are you playing the same audio source or are you playing the same ambience or not? So what we should do is to check if source... Obviously the audio source doesn't have a reference to a my scriptable object, but it does have a clip. So I should check if the clip is equal to the ambience.clip. I should compare the clips I've assigned in the scriptable object to the clip that's playing in the audio source. Why is this not working? Object reference is required for a non-static field, method or property. What's up, Bit Casual? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Oh, I'm being dumb. I forgot to name this one. Ambience, ambience. There we go. Good, having fun with silly writing. What are you writing? I need to be writing. I don't write enough. I need to work on this fucking story, man. That's what I need to do. Little allegorical things. What the fuck is this? Allegorical? Oh, narrative or visual representation which a character, place or event can be interpreted to represent meaning or moral... In or relating to story or picture, play, or other work in which the characters and events represent moral, religious or political qualities or ideas. Ah, I see. Allegorical.
Allegorical.
Oh no, it's allegorical. Allegorical. I learned something new. Me too. You learn something every day, eh? I'll show you one if you're curious. They're very short. Yeah, sure. Return source. Okay, this function should work as far as I know. Playroom ambience. So now what we should do before we get it is to check whether there is one playing or not. So what we should do here, we are doing quite a bit of like looping through lists here. I don't know if that's good. Might not be. No, we're gonna make a... Should I use a ternary operator here? Can I make bool is playing is equal to... No, I can't call the function in here. No, I will need to set it up first. So we do... I mean, I can do a variable, right? Var source is equal to find ambience source, and then we pass in our ambience. Bool is playing is equal to whether or not saw is not equal to null. If that is not equal to null, it means we are already playing this ambience. And in that case... Oh wait, I don't need to do a ternary operator. Yeah, source is not equal to null. That means it is playing. But now, if it's not playing, that means that this audio source is going to be null. So then we do if it is not playing. Okay, I don't need this bool. That bool is completely unnecessary. Just this one being null already means it isn't playing, so I can just check whether this is null or not. Unless this is gonna be the decision of whether or not I... Because I can change this stuff without... What happens when you do play on something that's already playing? Play helper. What does this do? Not null. Shall we... Maybe it's easier to check our AI overload here. in Unity, if I call audio source dot play on a audio source that's already playing, does this do anything? Because I don't want it to reset it, like restart playing it from the beginning. Okay, it does nothing by default. Okay, we got an ad coming up in about 30 seconds for any non-subscribers. Hope to see you on the other side. Here you go, nice. I'll check it after the ads in case you go into ads. You should make a function name null or playing audio source if you want to guard both conditions. Then the main flow becomes nice and readable for the future. So wait, what is the biggest change here? The fact that that function lets you know that this could be null? Is that really what that's kind of what we're going for here? Like that it makes it obvious to the reader that this is something that could return null. Well, if you look at the code in 3 months' time, you will remember that null means not playing, or playing means not null. Yeah. So source is equal to null or playing. Is this what you mean? And then we pass in the ambience, non-capitalized. Oh, you meant that this would return a bool. Oh, well, no, it's... Oh, but that's a... Oh, I see what you mean. The issue is that I need a reference to the actual source. Because that's the one that we're gonna change down here. Because if I just do a bool, I know whether it's already playing or not, but say that it is playing, now I still have to find the source to be able to change it. Which means we do a extra loop, right? Well, maybe I do want this bool though. No, just play didn't do anything, so that shouldn't matter. This is what I'm thinking. We try to find it, if it already exists. If that is null, then we get a new one. Now we can change the position. We can... Well, we don't... If it's already playing, we don't need to change the clip. So now the question is, does that do anything? What if I change the clip to the same clip? sneaky question, I like it. Shut up, ChatGPT. Assume it's already this clip, audio source.play. If the audio source.clip is already set to some clip, reassigning it like this doesn't actually reset anything. It's just pointing to the same reference. Then when you call audio source.play, if the audio source is already playing, it still does nothing, just like before. Unity doesn't treat reassigning the same clip as a new clip, so it won't restart or re-trigger playback. Good, so this should be fine then. Even if I found it here, meaning it was not null, we should still be able to call this line without it resetting, I think. Let's see, I think the ads are over. Belonging to ideas. This is how to act, said 1. This is how to act, performed 2. Is this how to act, asked 3. 3 was told they no longer belong. Belonging to ideas. Interesting. So what is this for? Out of curiosity? Or are you just writing for fun, or is this specifically for some project or so? I think this should work. We do need to change our... what did I do? Wait, how did I comment that out? Oh, control apostrophe comments it out one line. Didn't know that. Just lay over things I began writing, nice. I feel like I need to practice writing. Like, in terms of making the story for this game, something I've noticed is that, like, writing in general is fucking harder than one might expect. Play room ambience. We pass in ambience, volume multiplier, and then a vector 3 position. And then we're just gonna relay that position here. Here's one that is a little more poetic, then I won't share any more unless prompted, I swear. No worries, man. The king and the king. In a land founded in virtue, a people raised a prince. He grew into a king who hoarded all the wealth in his lands. The people overthrew him and found room to grow. In a land founded in vice, a people raised a prince. He grew into a king who hoarded all the wealth in his lands. The people overthrew him but left the work undone. Bad apples grow in every orchard, but sour earth only blooms with care. Interesting. I like it, man, it's good. Yeah, I need to start writing as well, I really do. Stop room ambience. So I think we need to make this one actually stop everything. I cannot really tell if it's good or not. I like them at least. No, it sounds good. I mean, I'm not specifically or particularly a writer myself, but... So stopping fades them out. Do I want to fade them out? Maybe. I only got like I did write the first draft of the story for this game, but I'm still not... Yeah, I'm still not fully decided. I don't know if I'm going in the completely right direction, you know? I just need to write more. Now, if I only could work on my game instead of noodling around writing instead, wanna trade? I mean, I kinda do, because like I said, it's almost the opposite for me, where I feel like I should be writing for my game, maybe instead of working on it at the moment. I mean, I'm still gonna have to do this stuff at some point as well, so it doesn't really matter, but... Yeah, I need to dedicate more time to actually really sitting down and like contemplating the story of this game. It's something I'm kinda stressing about a little bit, but I just need to get it done, because it's so hard to... I have a general idea of where I wanna go, but before I kinda have it somewhat, you know, cemented or whatever, it's very hard for me to work on content. Just I don't want to make a bunch of content that I have to scrap later on. I know I'm gonna have to scrap content no matter what, most likely, but... You know, I don't want to build entire, like, levels and, like, you know, room layouts and stuff and decorate everything and then switch up the story and be like, yeah, nothing of this works anymore. You know, that's kind of what I want to avoid. You don't have to write the whole story at first, you can just lock down the central theme or beats. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I think that's the issue. Yeah, as you said, I don't really need to have the story 100% determined in every little detail. But there are a few key things that are very important in terms of, for example, like, where is this game taking place? Like, the type of building you're in is obviously gonna have a big impact on the layouts and like what stuff you find, what rooms, how the rooms are furnitured and stuff. Like, that stuff is very dependent on the type of building that you would be in. So unless I, for example, have the... I suppose that's really it. I need to just very much decide that, okay, this is the place where the story is gonna take place, no pun intended. Like, that's really what I need to get at. What kind of feel do you want the game to have? Do you want the environment to be dissonant to the horror or supporting? To be dissonant to the horror or support? I mean, I do suppose I probably want the environment to be supporting the horror aspect of it. And like I said, I do have some ideas, it's just that I haven't really gotten to the point where I feel certain enough to like fully decide, like, yeah, this is kind of the direction I want to take it. And I think it's partly because, like I said, I'm stressing a little bit because I feel like the story affects so much in the game, and I feel like potentially I'm not the... you know, the greatest of writers, but I do want to make this into a good product, so I kinda need the story to be at least relatively good. You can also make the space to start making sense and then devolve into incoherence to subtly undermine the player's assumptions. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, just especially with, since I'm kinda thinking about going in a bit of like a psychological horror vibe, you know. I think that we do have room to play around no matter what, but yeah, I think I'm just scared of wasting too much time. That's really it, because, you know, as someone doing this full time, like burning through my savings, I don't have infinite time. Like, I need to release this game at some point, you know. preferably before I have to get a 9 to 5 again. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's also just the pressure of being like a solo developer that maybe is starting to get to me a little bit. Maybe. For example, start in a warehouse or industrial sort of area which fits the room you have. Then suddenly after the player walks through a door you are in a nursery. Yeah, I mean we could definitely do stuff like that as well. That is true. Yeah, I need to sit down and just get a few more drafts out, play around a bit with ideas and stuff. If you had a narrative metaphysics of space being incoherent, you also don't have to worry about writing yourself into a box. That is true. That is true. And I mean, we already have some stuff that's a little bit like that. Oh wait, I do have errors at the moment. I can't play. But we do have the literal error room, which is obviously a bit of like... I don't know if metaphysics are correct. I mean, I suppose it kind of is in a way. Because that is not really a part of the... Like, it's an error room, it's... how do I describe this? Basically what I did is do something similar to Binary Mysearch with the, like, I am error room in Binary Mysearch. Where if you ever... It's basically failsafe, so if you can't find the room you're going into, it will spawn that room instead. So in case of like a bug, rather than like breaking the game, we just... Rather than trying to go to a null room, we just go to an error room. But then my plan is to also incorporate that as a little Easter egg somewhere in the game, where you could like, you know, in a guaranteed way find that room. Love the error room. Yeah, the error room is very sick, I do like it. Well, adding an idea of metaphysics is just your North Star to keep you grounded. If you make rooms that don't connect, you still need some kind of internal logic as a developer for why those specific disjointed rooms are not just any room. Yeah, because that's something I've talked a lot about as well. The fact that, like, I think it's very much one of these things when it comes to the story. Like, I, as the developer, I get to choose how much of this I share with the player, right? Like, how many questions do I want to leave unanswered? How much do I want to, like, give the player at almost like face value and be like, this is whatever it is, you know? And how much do I want to keep hidden and, like, promote speculation or whatever it might be? But the thing that you still have to remember is that no matter what, I still have to know the story, right? Because I can't decide what to tell and what not to tell the player if I don't know what my view of the story is, you know? I need to make my view first so I can then decide how much I want to share with the player. Kind of. Is it psychological horror? Existential? I have been planning on going in, like, psychological horror. Stop room ambience. I don't need to do an if statement here. We're gonna do for each ambience in ambience sources. I guess we could fade them out. Welcoming Debugged Dream, how you doing? Started with Godot, any valuable advice? My number one tip, which I didn't listen to, so take it with a grain of salt, but I think what I would like to tell myself today, if I could go back and tell myself something when I first started, it would be to start simple. Like, do some very simple game at first. Don't do like I did, a massive RPG game. Like, I don't think you don't have to make like the perfect start off with an MMO. No, that is not what I'm trying to say. That's the complete opposite of what I'm trying to say. Like, I think if you're just starting out, especially if you're starting out with like 0 experience, the way I did, I think the first thing to do is to make almost the simplest of games that you possibly could, to just get an idea of what it takes to finish a product. Because game dev is a pretty big undertaking, and scope management is a very big part of it, and something that I think we need to practice early. However, with that being said, I think that it's not entirely sure whether you would listen to this, because I know that I wouldn't have. The issue is that if someone told me that I shouldn't be making an RPG game as my first game, I probably would have been like, yeah, sure, I'm still gonna try. I feel like, for me personally, I kinda had to fail to really understand that. But the danger there is that I'm afraid that people might get like disheartened and feel like they maybe they give up on game dev, which I think would be very sad, because I think that game dev is a incredibly rewarding hobby or job to have, you know? But I personally think that the best way to not overwhelm yourself and to learn about scope management is to do something very, very simple, like Flappy Bird. I think Flappy Bird is a great example of a first game to do. And I think most likely, while doing a game like Flappy Bird, even though it's a very simple, like one input game, most likely you're gonna realize that it still takes quite a lot to make a game. Like, especially if you're starting out, you're not gonna make Flappy Bird in like an evening, you know? Especially not if you want to make it relatively polished and stuff. But I think you learn the most just doing these small little projects at the start. So that would be my number one tip or advice for starting out. I think it's fine to use tutorials and stuff. In my opinion, I tend to think that it's better to use multiple tutorials rather than one massive one. It's gonna be harder. I don't know if this works for everyone, this is just how I work. But like, I tried following like a 10-hour tutorial, how to make an entire game. I found that it was too easy for me to start not really thinking about what I was doing and just like do the same things that the teacher was doing, you know? Where I found that I learned a lot more by instead trying to do it by just, okay, say I want to make Flappy Bird. The first thing I looked up would have been something like, how do I make how do I make like a side-scrolling screen like Pan? Like, that was the first tutorial, and then the next tutorial is that like, how do I make something fly and jump when I click on an input? Like, do more smaller ones, because what happens then is that you're probably gonna get errors and stuff is not gonna work because one system didn't work with the other one. And in my opinion, I think that solving those issues teach you way more than perfectly following a structured tutorial, in my opinion. But I don't know if this goes for everyone, so take it with a grain of salt, but it's kind of what worked for me. I felt like when I started trying to do more stuff myself and inevitably failing and like getting errors and stuff, like the process of like brute forcing trying to fix those errors is kind of when I started feeling like I started growing the most as a developer. I don't know if that made sense, but I think that was the case for me. Then you can make the access to rooms conceptually map to psychological security or instability. Longer playtime, it was more unstable. You could enhance this by having doors that don't appear until after you played for 5 minutes, etc. Yeah, I think stuff like that could be really cool. Also works well with like the psychological thing about like just like going back and then being like, wait, there wasn't a door here before? Was there a door here before? Did I miss this one? And you know, we kind of get into their head a little bit. I think that could be fun. That's actually a good idea. Having like doors that just appear. The first game I made was Snake, with menus, music and everything. I think that's a good game as well, yeah. The second game was Snake with a scrolling camera and a map bigger than one screen. Interesting. Yeah, I think if you're gonna make your first little project, I think that it's good to make it into not just do a tech demo, actually like finish a game. As in like do the music, the sound effects, finish off the menu, have like at least at a minimum have like volume settings at a minimum to be able to like have volume sliders and change the volume, because it's annoying when games don't have it. Like, but just to do all of these things that are inherent to a game, to kind of understand the process of actually finishing a game, you know. Because I think there's a lot of people who inevitably end up having many unfinished projects and maybe even have been developing for a long time but never actually finished anything. So I think getting into that discipline of like, first you kind of have to force yourself to actually finish this project. But the good thing about that is that you are basically practicing scope management. Because as soon as you finish your first simple game, you now have a better idea of how much work goes into making a game. Because like with my first game, really simple like catch game, I ended up spending like, I think I spent almost as much time on making this game as I spent time in making the menu. You know, I did like controller support for the menu and stuff, like that shit took time, you know. And it's only after you've done something like this, that's when you really understand that like, oh yeah, I probably shouldn't make an MMO yet, because an MMO would be like 500 times more complex than this, so that would take me fucking ages. I'm not saying like, I know there are people who have like solo developed MMOs and stuff, but I think most likely for the vast majority of people, that should not be your first game. And I think the good thing as well is that you cannot learn whether or not you like game development, because it's always fun to work on something that you consider like your dream game or whatever that people might have. But what I realized when I started working on, when I scrapped my RPG game and I started making Pastry Pops, which is a really simple arcade game, like I would barely play that game. Like I would almost go as far as say that it's not really that good of a game. Like it's at best it's a playable game. That's really what it is. However, what I realized is that I still enjoyed making it. Like I realized that I actually just enjoy the process of making games. Do you know what I mean? Pretty good exercise, short game to go through the entire development stage, second game more ambitious but still familiar, yeah. That's valuable advice, friends, no worries, man. And nothing but the best of luck. Learning from failures has more of an impact than having something work, so true. Yeah, I think so, and that's why like, I feel like in the beginning, errors are really scary. Because you look at these and you go, oh no, I've fucked something up, something is wrong in my code. And it's easy to kind of freak out or feel a little bit overwhelmed by it. But I think if you really want to grow as a developer, I think curating a curiosity about errors is one of the best ways to grow as a developer. Like, if an error no longer demotivates you, but it actually makes you curious as to like, if you find it fun to figure out a solution to why that thing didn't work, like then you're in like the best type of mind state to learn game development, I think. Well, I guess this is specifically more learning programming, I suppose. But I think that if you're starting out from scratch, I think for most people, programming is going to be one of the most difficult things. Because, like, okay, everyone is not a great artist. Let's just face it, that's true. But everyone can draw. Do you know what I mean? That's not really the case with programming. Like if you've never had experience with programming, it's hard to even know where to start. You know what I mean? Also, Debug Dream, thank you very much for the follow. So I think errors, as you said, like learning from failures, learning from the errors, is a great way to get better. To just make sure that you try to remain curious to figure out the solution to an error. And like, especially if you kind of enjoy that process, that's even better. That's when I feel like I would definitely... I would bet that that person could have longevity in game dev if they find themselves not getting demotivated. I still have to say, if you're just starting out, take everything like I'm not saying that if you get one error and you feel demotivated, you should just fucking quit game dev. No. As of first, like, it's a big process. I'm gonna snooze this ad. It's a big process to make a game, so if you're just starting out, at least force yourself to stick with it for like a couple of weeks or something to make sure that you give it like an, you know, you give it a honest try or whatever. Because some of this is like, yeah, I understand that the first time you get an error, you're not gonna be like, oh shit, this is so fucking curious. I am so excited to solve this error. No, because you might not even, like, in the beginning, one of the issues for me was that you would get these descriptions of the error, I wouldn't even understand them, you know. Because it would say something like, oh, you have a null exception, or null reference exception. I'm like, I didn't know what that was, that didn't tell me anything. Like, even with the explanation of the error, I was nowhere closer to solving the error. Do you know what I mean? But I think that's also when, like, I think using ChatGPT in the beginning is also a great way. Like, if you don't understand the error, ask ChatGPT to maybe explain it to you and see if you can get more of an idea what is the issue. But same thing there, like with tutorials, I think the important thing is to never start relying too heavily on it. Because if you want to learn, if you want to grow as a developer, you kind of need to be able to take off those training wheels and try coding a bit for yourself. So what I would do is that when I had no clue what to do, I might have asked ChatGPT, like, how would I make something like this work? And then I would implement that, it wouldn't work, and I would try to fix it, blah blah blah. But the next time, if I was gonna do something similar and I did have an idea of how to do it, even though I wasn't sure, I would force myself to not use ChatGPT and not look it up and just try, you know. And I feel like that made me learn quite a bit. Speaking of unfinished projects, want a good laugh? Check this. Oh, Unity projects. 100 balls, Ball Blast, Battleship, Dodge, Dungeon RPG, Old. Oh, I have these as well. I have Old RPG and RPG 1, RPG 2. Platformer, Primitive, Star Warden, Survival 5, Z-Click, Dungeon 5, Dungeon, yeah. Survival. And I think this is the case for a lot of people. Like, I don't think this is like that uncommon. It's very easy to, like, even for me as of right now, I am at that point with Shrouded Gloom. I've been working on this game for quite a long time, and I am starting to be at that point in the development where I'm starting to play around with like other game ideas in my mind. And it's scary because I cannot give up on this now. Like, I'm not going to be clear. But it's scary because I notice how my mind starts to wonder, like, maybe I should make a game like this next and stuff. But like, I still have a long time left on this game, so you do need a bit of discipline to be like, okay, I have these fun ideas, but I don't have the time now to make them. Like, this is my focus and I have to keep it that way. Do you know what I mean? But also, Strom, in your case, I also do know that like you have multiple games on Steam as of right now, so you know, I think it's all good. I think like at least, you know, you've gotten something out there, and I think that's really the goal. Damien, hope you're doing good. Welcome in, man. I have a project I worked on for 9 years and then abandoned it. I wrote an article on the gamedev website as a warning to other developers. Interesting. Yeah, the dangers of feature creep, adding more and more to a project until it becomes unmanageable. Yeah, because that is the danger, like scope management and like, Like, that is one of the most important things you need as a game developer if you want to actually finish games. Because I think that the thing that especially newbies like me sometimes misunderstand is the fact that, like, adding features doesn't always have to be that difficult. It can be pretty easy to add a new feature. However, like, polishing that feature, making it work like perfectly with everything else in the game, making everything consistent and made sense, like all of this extra work on top of it is what you don't see when you start adding new features. But then every feature you add, it's like exponentially more work in the future that you're gonna have to do to make that work in the best possible way, you know. ChatGPT is like having an intern, it helps you, but always have to check the work before using it. Yeah, I think that as well, like making sure that you try to understand what you're doing. Because that was the issue when I first started off and I was looking at tutorials and stuff. Like, I don't think I was trying to learn enough. Like, I was just copy-pasting, I was looking at what he wrote, I wrote the same thing. I wasn't like put enough of my own effort into really trying to understand what I was doing. And that's the difference now. It's very rare that I would like get some code from like ChatGPT or something, just instantly copy paste and throw it in the game. Just like, if I get a function, I want to understand it, so I'm gonna start looking through it first to make sure that, do I understand what's happening here? And if I don't, I try to look it up, because I think trying to understand what you're doing is important. Was it a good time to switch from Godot to Unity? I don't know. Why do you want to switch? Why did you pick Godot? I guess that's the starting question. And why would you want to switch to Unity? Not saying that, of course, I'm not saying that anything is wrong with Unity. I love Unity. I've only used Unity, but I think at first you should just pick a engine that the one you seem to like the most and the one that makes sense for the game that you're doing. I think Godot and Unity are quite similar in a lot of aspects. Godot is probably a little bit more lightweight. That can be both a disadvantage and advantage. I personally chose Unity because at the time I felt like there was more information, documentation and tutorials about it. It had been around longer, so it felt like a safer thing to go into for me personally. You'll never know if I'm gonna switch in the future. We never know what the future holds, but so far I am happy with Unity. I did it last year. Wait, you switched from Godot to Unity, Polyglot?
Red Rucker is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. Are you streaming today, Raka? After that 9-year project, I started new projects and I released 5 games in about as many years. Yeah, exactly. The difference when you actually manage the scope of the game. But I go to meeting. No worries, Jamie, see you soon. Yeah, for my personal projects, I mean, professionally I've been working with both Unreal and Unity for years. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I think at first, like, I think just like at some point you just have to pick one and kind of go with it. But mainly I feel like game engines, you should kind of think, I mean, they are tools, right? They are tools to produce something. You can probably make almost any game in any engine, but one engine might be slightly more advantageous for that specific type of game that you're going for, or it might be specifically like advantageous for you as a person, just like how the engine is structured. I didn't really put too much thought into it, to be honest. I just went, I know Unity's been around, I know it's popular, I guess I'll just pick that one and try, and I like it. I'm a beginner and many articles said that Godot is easier to understand than Unity, but Unity is still the industry standard. Yeah, I think I would probably say that Unreal and Unity are probably the industry standards, I guess, but also I'm not a professional, depending on how you define professional, I suppose. Godot might be easy to understand, maybe. I don't, like I said, I don't have any personal experience with it. I know that Godot is more lightweight, which might be nice, but it also might mean that, you know, you do have more features in Unity in place, which can be nice when you're looking for one of those features, but it can also cause a bit of bloat, just you might have a bunch of features in the engine that you never use. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I haven't tried Godot, so I can't say too much personally, because I've only ever used Unity, so I don't really have that much to compare to. I like Unity, but I don't know how much my... You know, since I haven't played around with other game engines, I don't know how much my opinion matters here, you know, because I can't really make a comparison. Okay, so whenever we now try to stop the room ambience, we're gonna loop through all of our sources, and if one of them or multiple are currently playing, then we are gonna fade it out and then stop it. This might be an issue, because we do onComplete, which means that if I assign a new effect to it, or a new clip to it, in between this time, it's gonna stop the source after I change it, and that's gonna be an issue. I think for now, we're not gonna do any fade outs, we're just gonna say stop playing. Which means I probably don't need this code whatsoever, actually. I don't even need to check, because I think it's probably fine to call dot stop even if it is playing. Or nah, let's do a check, why not? Should probably be fine. We do need to set up a new prefab, so we have this sound effect source, so we're gonna do a ambience source prefab. I'm gonna duplicate this one. I'm gonna open it up. I'm gonna rename this into ambience source. Rename. And now the output should not be through the sound effect mixer. It should be through the ambience mixer. Spatial blend. We can probably keep the same. This is probably fine. Now we're gonna add one ambient source in here. Gonna add this one to our audio system. And then ambient source prefab is gonna be this one, ambient sources. We're gonna assign the first one that we created. That should be pretty much good to go. This is part of my old system, I'm gonna keep it for now. So, what do we need to change? We still have some errors going on here in the rooms, so I suppose this is where we actually call playroom ambience. We're not passing in a position. Door closed. Okay, so play neighbor's room ambience. Let's pass in a vector 3 position when we trigger this one. And then here, let's rename this into is closed. Here we do have a reference to the actual door object. No, to the door script. That doesn't really matter though. Play neighbor room ambience. We're gonna pass in the position of the door, which would be door.transform.position. And then audio play room ambience, we're gonna pass in this stuff, and then we're gonna pass in the position. Door interaction. This is on the actual door, so here we can pass in room.play neighbor room ambience is door closed, and then we also want to pass in our transform.position. The room ambience is not equal to null. Play room ambience. How do I know where to position this? I guess I could manually assign it. This is gonna be a little bit of a refactor. Because now we do have some issues, like the sounds in here should be... should I... I'm kind of starting to wonder if rather than doing object pooling, if I should have put the audio sources on the actual objects instead. Like maybe instead of having the room copy the ambience. Oh wait, that's really all I need to do though. Yeah, what if I move the room ambience? We remove it from the actual room and we put it on a specific game object. So for example, we make the door play room ambience. We have the door find the room it's leading to and copy the ambiences of that room. But then I still need a reference to the ambiences here, because otherwise how does this one know which ones to play? It's about the... I need to figure out the best like architecture for this. I wonder if I'm kinda... maybe not doing this in the best way now. Because if this one... oh no, wait, what if the... no, what if we do make our little serializable class that we can put in here with a list of room ambiances that have a position. And then we have this object update that position here. Yeah, I think that might be how I want to do it. Because then we can just loop through our list and play the room ambience at the position that we entered. So yeah, we have our system serializable class for exits. What if we do a system.serializable? We do a public class room ambience, which is going to have a public ambience. What's up, Conrad? How you doing? Welcome in, man. What are we working on today? I'm working on room ambiances. Trying to structure this in a better way where I can have like multiple ambiances and stuff. And basically what I first wanted to do is to make it so that you can hear the other room through this door, and then make it so that closing the door would lower the volume. And then we have basically gone on full-on strobe creep here. That's what we're doing. Happy to finally catch your stream. I'm glad to have you, Conrad. Did I do a shout out for you? I think I did a custom one, didn't I? I did indeed. For anyone who doesn't know, Conrad is yet another developer on Twitch, so check him out if you haven't. Working on a cool rhythm roguelike, which you can play on itch.io. Really like your art style, thank you, man. I appreciate you. What have you been up to? Hope you're doing good, hope you're having a good Wednesday. Okay, we're gonna have a public vector3 position, which is the position of where this ambience is playing in the room. Do I need anything else? I don't really need the volume, do I? Oh wait, vector3 position. Most of the time a game object is gonna play it. What if we take in a game object that we're gonna call source? That sounds like it could be misinterpreted as a audio source, which it kinda is, but also kind of isn't. Maybe. Because then we could just pass in an object and take the position of that object. Oh, and then with the door we could actually make... we could make this into a flexible script that affects room ambience on interaction. We have an array of objects that lower the volume or whatever. Whenever one of those is active, we lower the volume. We pass in this bool, and I guess whether on... do we need the transform position? Not really, because we're gonna steal that from the object anyway. Sorry, I'm a little bit deep in like the programming headspace right now, trying to figure out how best to do this. I have one more scene to work on, then I'm done. Nice, let's go, Blue Blue. Just come back home and about to enjoy watching one talented streamer working on his horror game. Who is this? Who is this streamer? Is he very handsome? I'm joking. Anyway. I'm glad to have you, Conrad. How's your game going? Okay, I feel like I'm onto something here. Okay, let's try this, and then we're gonna do a room ambience, public ambience, copy neighbor ambience. Okay, so instead what I think I want is a public list of room ambience called room ambiances. Let's see if that works. No, we still have some errors. Why? Playroom ambience. Oh yeah, we're not passing in a position here. Where is this? This is for the room. Change room ambience. From the room manager. Change room. Oh no, change room ambience on enable. Current room dot change room ambience. Okay, so I think I have this one on my window thing. Yeah, that's gonna change. That's gonna change. Let's just comment this out for now. Room ambience is not equal to null. Okay, there we go. Now it should be able to compile this. Room ambiences. We now have a list here, serializable, with an ambience and a source. So we can create these at runtime and assign them, I think. I hope. Yeah, we should be able to. Thanks for asking. Hemomancer is going well. I'm excited to do some off-stream work on it today. Nice, man. Nice, man. Anything specifically you're working on? Okay, we now have our little list here. I hate that the inspector is on this side. Maybe I should actually... No, that would... Dude, it would be so weird to have my inspector over here. But it would be kind of nice, because I enjoy having my camera here, and this would make it a lot easier for you guys to see the inspector. But holy shit, it would take me a long time to get used to. No, this feels so weird now, after I'm used to having it over here. I mean, we can always just fucking move me out of the way when we need to. When I need to show you something. That does work as well. Getting a crazy amount of traffic on Edge last week. Oh, really? Also thanks to you, no worries, man. So I decided that I need to finish setting up Steam page and get some wishlists in. Let's go, man. I'm excited for you. Can't really stream that. Yeah, there's a lot of... the Steamworks backend stuff is definitely something you should be a bit careful with. I've decided to just... Because there is like some NDA agreement and stuff, like you can't show everything. And also, if you don't want to dox yourself, there might also be quite a lot of personal information on there. I've gone with the decision to just like, I never show Steamworks, like Steamworks backend on stream. So yeah, I didn't make all of like the capsule art and stuff live on stream, but the actual like, you know, behind the scenes kind of stuff we did is not something I did live. Yeah, exactly, better be safe than sorry. Inspect on the left side feels like brushing your teeth with your weak hand feels bad, man. It kinda does. It kinda does, to be honest. It feels very odd. So here I have change room ambience. This is because I only had one ambience before. So I wonder... Pause in an ambience and a... Override volume. Volume multiplier. Change room ambience. Wait, I can override it as well. So what do I do here? Oh, I just pause in both. That's confusing. Oh yeah, so either I use the original volume multiplier, or I can override that one here. That's a bit confusing. I should have just set this to null if I don't want to override it, and then check if this is null rather than having an extra parameter for it. I really like your capsule art, it's simple but very clean. Did you go through many iterations before setting on this one? I think we did it like 2 major ones, I suppose. I can show you. So this was version 1, which I think was arguably a bit bad. I don't think it's horrible, but I don't think it's up to like Steam standard, in my opinion. And I also realized that pixel art is just really annoying to work with, because I am a little bit, almost ashamed to say it, but I am a little bit of a pixel art purist. Like, I care a lot about stuff being pixel perfect and that kind of stuff. And it's really annoying because, like, I can't make this title slightly smaller if I wanted to. If I would have wanted to make this smaller, I would have to go half as big, and now it's too small instead. Just with pixel art, I always want to scale it perfectly, right? So the bigger thing that I decided to do was that I decided to go with illustrations instead with this stuff. So this is... I still do a pixel art logo in the game, but then in all my marketing material, I just have like a more of an illustration of it instead. Because it's so much easier for all of the different resolutions and stuff to like make these look good when I don't have to worry about that stuff. I did have, yeah, technically we did go through one more. This was the first one. It's basically exactly the same, but I had an issue here where I made the logo a little bit weird. So if you see this logo, you can kind of tell. I wonder if we should, I'll make this smaller. Might be easier to tell. Like, because the G and the L are so far up, I actually pushed up the S and H quite a bit, and it just looks a little bit, it looks a bit misaligned and not very symmetrical. So I just did a little bit of a like formatting change, which I think turned out a lot better. So technically I guess I did 3 iterations. We had the first one, this. Then we did these with the slightly weird logo. and now I have this. Oh, this is like my main capsule. My art style must be painful for you to look at then. No, just I think there's also like you do very high resolution pixel art. And I feel like that kinda changes things a little bit, in my opinion. Like I have a very, very low resolution pixel art, so it's so much clearer if something is off for me, I feel like. Just like, I remember you showing a character you were working on, and I realized like your canvases for like a character, for example, must be quite big. Whereas like, you know, for a lot of stuff in my game, like a furniture in my room is like 20 pixels tall or something. Like I do very low resolution pixel art. I don't see the difference here. The M is a bit different too, I see now. Yeah. So to make it as... Just like here, this has a straight line below it, right? But then it doesn't have a straight line on top, which made me push up the S and H, because I wanted this to be closer. But it just looks a little bit weird. So what I did instead here is that I made this align better, and I instead pushed the G and L down to make it be the gloom part is like top aligned instead. But that now means that the G and L is like lower than the O, so I decided to go with this like curve below it. So that's why I also made the M like go further and further down here to kind of match this side and make the whole logo a little bit more symmetrical. Which you can tell that it does look a lot more symmetrical compared to what it did before. This looks a bit wonky. This looks a lot cleaner, in my opinion. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with the current capsule art we have. It looks a lot cleaner compared to what I did. It looks more professional, in my opinion, than this did. I went onto YouTube for 10 minutes and I'm having an existential crisis. 95% of people are reacting to life. Yeah. True. Yeah, I think it turned out better. I'm quite happy with where we're at right now. I feel like my Steam page looks quite decent. I do need to fix my... I should definitely sort out better screenshots at some point, but... It's also difficult because my game is so fucking dark. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know that like very dark screenshots are not really the best, but like... It's a horror game, my entire game is very dark and it's black and white, so everything is like... But I don't think these always work the best for like screenshots. I definitely need to sort out a new trailer at some point as well. That is something I need to do. Should probably update these two. I've polished the highlight system quite a bit. Yeah. I also need to start fucking marketing the game. That's a big one as well. Because like... I definitely... Like, how do I say this? I am incredibly thankful for everyone who has wishlisted the game. But as of right now, I don't have enough wishlists to know that this is gonna be like a viable product. And I think that kind of stresses me out a little bit more as well. Since obviously I'm making quite a big bet here. You know, since I'm using my savings to kind of fund this. But I feel like I am gonna need to push this game a bit more because, yeah, it's not gonna be enough if I can't accumulate more wish lists. We shouldn't stress too much because obviously we have a long time left. Like I'm not planning to release this game like next month or whatever, and obviously we still have like Steam Next Fest left and stuff, which is probably gonna give us at least some wish lists. But yeah, my plan is to also start doing more like YouTube content, do more like devlogs and stuff to kind of show the process and also kind of market the game a little bit. I feel like that would be quite good. If anyone is curious, I plan to start posting devlogs on my main channel at some point. I'm working on my first one now, but it's taking its fair share of time. Yeah, Steam page does count as marketing, that is true. But I think the majority of my wishlists come from Twitch. I just think that's the case. I don't think I've had a lot of natural exposure on Steam, you know. I think that's hard when the game isn't released and you don't have demo and stuff, like, because Steam is not really promoting the game either, you know. Do you have a publisher? No, I don't. I currently plan on doing self-publishing. There are games that made it with zero marketing, to be honest. That is true, but I think that's also like the exceptions. I don't know how much I should aim for that, you know. I think that stuff is more important after the game is out. I don't know. I don't know, because generally speaking, the biggest like conversion you get is when you release the game, right? I personally think it's probably more important to build up some hype for the game before it releases, in my opinion. Like, there are games that do better post-release, but I think those tend to be exceptions. For most games, you can probably see a pretty direct correlation between the wish lists before launch and how well the game does. Take it with a grain of salt, of course. I'm not like an expert on this, but that would be my assumption for the majority of games. Yeah, we have an ad running. I'll respond to the rest of chat once the ads are over. Okay, we have a new list of room ambiances, but we need to be able to play these. So I think we should change the door script. I really think we should. Have this be a just like play. Maybe we should have one script for playing a room ambience, which is basically this one. And then the door we should remake into a script that's more like strictly about copying ambiances of other rooms. Oh, well, do I even need that? I barely do, you know, because I can make this script, just assign the stuff here, and we can find the door through the room, since when we set this stuff up, we do have, let's see, when we copy neighbor ambience, we have a reference to the exit and to the door. So here we can get the position of the door and map that up to the specific room ambience. So many ways I could do this. Okay, let me catch up with chat. If you want to check it out, I sent you 2 concepts for my Steam capsule on Discord. Yeah, I'll check it out. Sure. When can we play the demo or a basic version? So technically you can already play a demo, but it's more like a prototype demo. You can play, because originally this game was made for a game jam, which, you know, if I'm allowed to flex, we did end up winning. Just a little bit of flexing. So the game jam version is still out, but obviously that one's not really gonna represent, like, that's something I made in 1 month. So it's not something that fully represents like my ambition for the full game. The proper like demo for the full game I was hoping to have out to the next fest in June, but I'm starting to be a little bit worried that I might not make it, and in that case it's probably gonna be closer to the next fest in October. But if anyone wants to check out the Game Jam version, you can do so on itch, but like I said, you can kind of view that more as a prototype demo. It's not like the full game is gonna be a lot more polished and deeper. That one is a little bit more arcadey, I suppose. Like, it's a jam game, you know what it is. So marketing is like when you release a game, you want to make a splash, hit a sales target. The harder you market, the more your product splashes, but if you have a smooth product, you can get a ripple effect. Yeah. So the first rule is to have a smooth, polished product. Yeah, like, you can't market it anyway unless you have a good product. Like, that is like the first step. But I still think that the wish lists are, like, by any metric on Steam, wishlist seems to be like the #1 deciding factor. So I do think those are quite important even before. Of course, like right now they don't matter as much because we still have a relatively long way to go. But in terms of like before release, closer to release, the wishlist count is going to be quite important. I wonder what percentage of small Steam games started from game jams. Yeah, I know a few big ones. Like, I know Baba Is You was a game jam game from the beginning. Inscription was a game jam game. Press Control by Idan Ruse was a game jam game as well. There are a few. But I do suspect it might not be a majority. But it's hard to tell as well, because I don't know how common it is for, like, developers don't market games as like this started as a game jam game, because I think that's a bad approach on Steam anyway. I don't think it's necessary. So there might be more than we think, to be honest. Where to play the jam version? If you follow that itch link, you can play the jam version. 3 years ago, I was planning to put initial marketing muscle on early access. Now I'm putting it on wish lists. Yeah. I'm always a bit triggered when people use marketing when they mean promotion. Marketing includes besides promotion, in which kind of game you make, when you release it, price, and all of that stuff. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I guess that people use it kind of as the umbrella term, though, I suppose. But yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, you can make lots of projections based on all the data in the world, but the most important numbers are sales and reviews. Yes, but like those sales and reviews are tend to be directly correlated to how many wishlists you have. For the vast majority of games, that seems to be the case. So that's why I go like, and this seems to be the general consensus around game development and like Steam publishing, is that like wishlists is the #1 thing you should look for. Like that is the, because as you said, indirectly, yes, like sales and reviews are the most important, but like you don't get those. Generally speaking, you don't get those if you don't have the wishlists. Do you know what I mean? So like, you are correct that sales and reviews are important, but if you don't have wish lists, the chance of you getting sales and reviews are very low. Depends, you heard on how Oblivion got Shadow released. Fam, you cannot take a game by Bethesda as an example. I am not Bethesda Game Studios. I do not have the community, I do not have the following that Bethesda Game Studios does. I cannot base my approach on making games on how Bethesda Games Studio does it. That's not gonna work. As a indie developer, no shot that I can fucking shadow release this game without no publishing and or no like promotion of it whatsoever, and hope that it's gonna do as well as something like Oblivion, which even that, it's a remaster, so not only is it the entirety of like Bethesda Game Studios following, you also have the whole like Oblivion community and everyone who has nostalgia for that game. Like it's, you know, it's very different. It's very different. And I think, I don't know if maybe for something like this, the actual like shadow release of it could be a certain strategy as well, because everyone is talking about it now, right? I don't know. That's kind of a just, you know, thought experiment. I have no actual insight on it, but yeah. In what ballpark are you in? Sorry, I still have a little bit of a cough going. In what ballpark are you in when it comes to wishlists, and what are you aiming for? In vague terms, if you don't want to share the details. Oh no, I have it fully public. If anyone wants to follow my wishlists, you can do so on my Discord channel, which you can join here if anyone is interested. If you go to Shroud of Gloom wishlists, you can see the exact count. Not really exact, because I haven't updated it. I think we are sitting at 267 wishlists currently. The current goal is to hit 1000, but like before release, my main goal, like I would like to be in like the 7 to 10k wishlist ballpark, but you know, it's hard to say whether I'm gonna hit that. Like right now, it wouldn't seem like it, but you also never know with like Steam Next Fest, and depending on how good the YouTube content does for the game, you never know, but yeah. I don't have a lot of... I do have steady growth, but it's not a lot, basically. That's not what I'm saying. Wishlist can matter, but they're only one method. Some people do early access, some people have cult followings. Yes. But for someone like me, and even with something like early access, like Idan did early access on his game Nautical Survival, he set a goal to hit 7,000 wishlists before he went into early access. Which is the same thing now, like if you don't have the wishlist, most likely for most people, less players are gonna play your early access. Just when he had those 7,000 wishlists and he clicked that release in early access, all those 7,000 people get notified that this game has just released in early access. If he would have shadow dropped it into early access, I bet it wouldn't have done as good. I agree that there are different methods and not every game's success has been because of their wishlists. I agree to that, that is absolutely true, and I'm not gonna deny it. However, I think those games tend to be exceptions rather than the rule. It tends to be games that for some other reason really popped off later on in development. Maybe some huge content creator played it and people got hyped and all of a sudden people started playing the game and it became a success. Or it's stuff like, you know, Oblivion that's like released by, you know, multi-billion-dollar game studios, which like I can't hope for the first one, and I can't even try to emulate the latter. Like for someone like me, I feel like the best approach is to just focus on the wishlist, because it's the most tangible thing, it's the most realistic thing to go for. Just, of course, I'm gonna hope that the game pops off even more after release, but I can never know that. Whereas like wishlists give me a direct idea of like potentially how many sales of the game I'm gonna have. How many wishlists are you getting per day? Currently, I think my average is like 3 a day, I think. I can double check. I'm pretty sure that's my average since the release or the publishment of the Steam page. So it's not a lot. Oh wait, it actually updated. I had 269 now, never mind. I need to update Discord. Let me see. Yeah, my daily average since I released the game is 3 wishlists a day. That's what we're currently sitting at. true with Steam, there are a lot of factors, like having a big release so you stay on the front page longer or getting lots of wishlist. Yes, but like, do you know what tends to make you hit the front page and what makes you stay there longer? Like, the games they put on the front page tend to be the games with the most wishlists. Like, there's a correlation with, like, there's a direct what the fuck? What do you call it? Correlation? Correlation, there we go. Correlation, holy shit. There's a direct correlation between the amount of wishlists you have and whether or not you're gonna end up on the popular upcoming before the release. And I think that's then in turn gonna be a snowball effect that like affects where they're gonna push you on the front page, and obviously that's gonna make more people buy it, and if people keep buying it, you're gonna stay there and stuff. But what I mean is that it seems like for the most part, for the generic Steam release or whatever, it seems that everything still stems from the wishlist. Do you know what I mean? Like, it seems like that's the root that affects everything else for the majority of games. Shapeon has quite similar numbers so far. Interesting. How many are you published with your wishlists? How many do you have at the moment? Well, the games with the most traffic and sales, to be specific, but they wouldn't end up there on release unless people... Like, that traffic tends to come from wishlists, I think, in most cases. In any case, I think it's better to use multiple strategies. Yes, like, you should definitely try to promote your game in multiple ways, but if you're gonna have one call to action, for example, I think it should be to wishlist the game before the release. Do you have a price range in mind already? Kind of. I think I'm gonna do... It's gonna depend a little bit on how much playtime I get out of the game. I think that's gonna be a little bit of like... what you call it? My guideline to where I'm gonna price the game. But I'm currently thinking that I'm most likely gonna do something like $5 to $10, I think. It might change, but currently that's kind of what I'm thinking of. 60 wishlist and 3 per day. Okay, yeah, so it's pretty much the same. I did definitely have a boost when I first released the page. I imagine you did as well with your community. What's up, Lupo? Welcome in. Is like correlation versus causation? Yes. I mean, I suppose that is true to some extent. But like, for example, if we would check with like Chris Sukowski, who seems to be like the Steam marketing guru, or whatever you want to call it. Like, he also does put a lot of his focus on the wishlists and the gathering of wishlists. And it seems to, like, it makes sense. Like, as I said, I know there's games that have popped off without having amassed a bunch of wishlists before the release. But in most cases, I think those are exceptions. Like, even in terms of, like, indie games in general, because sometimes people will make, like, comparisons to, like, you know, look at Stardew Valley or, like, Undertale. But I think it's not realistic for me to make those comparisons, because... like, Undertale and Stardew Valley are massive exceptions. Which is the same thing, like, speaking of the just capsule art and stuff, I would say that Undertale is a pretty shit Steam page. Like, look, Undertale, the RPG game where you don't have to destroy anyone. That's all they have in their bio. The capsule art, black image with the Undertale logo. Like, this is arguably pretty shit. So someone could say, look, you don't really need to worry too much about the capsule art because, you know, Undertale did great. They have a 250,000 wishlists, even though the Steam page looks like absolute shit. Yes, like, that is true. That is true. But exactly, Strom, Undertale is an outlier. This is not the norm. I cannot realistic aim for something like this. Like, because it's not realistic. Like, very, very few games pop off in the way that Undertale does it, you know? So, I don't see, for me, like, looking at something like this, I can't put any value onto, like, how that did the Steam page, because, yeah, this is a game that didn't pop off because of the Steam page. It's a game that, you know, but I think for most games, it's just not viable to try and replicate something like this. And I see it kind of similar with the same concept of like, yeah, maybe wishlists are not the end all be all of like marketing your game or whatever, or getting a successful release. But I feel like the games that don't rely on that tend to be outliers. Do you know what I mean? Undertale's Steam page is charming, but that's a different story-driven game, different rules. No, I don't think this is charming. I think this is shit. Even further, I would even say that the art is pretty shit as well. Look, I really like Undertale. I very much enjoy this game. This game, I would never have bought this game if people didn't tell me to buy it. I bought this game because people said you have to play Undertale. And I think that goes for most people who played Undertale. I don't think a lot of people were browsing Steam. If you disregard the reviews, looking at this and going like, yeah, this is the game I want to play. I think it looks pretty shit. I mean, I'm just being honest here. I think the Steam page is pretty shit. I think the game doesn't look that good. I would not have been interested in it if people didn't tell me to be interested in it, basically. And I think that's the main marketing of Undertale. I think it's the fact that people are saying or telling other people that you have to play this game because it's so fucking good. I think that's one of the biggest things when it comes to something like Undertale. Let me catch up, I missed some stuff here. Is there some rule of thumb for playtime versus price? There is, I don't remember it, but someone mentioned a specific like dollar per hour thing that I don't think it always works. I guess it works for like story-driven games, and like for roguelike it would be hard to do it because technically speaking it has like infinite replayability, so going for playtime there might not be. But yeah, in average I think there is, I don't know it off the top of my head. How are you getting wishlist? Right now I definitely don't do enough. Like most of the promotion of my game is from Twitch. That's just the way it is. But like I said, I do plan on starting to do more content on YouTube, do maybe some devlogs and stuff, hoping that that might give some more eyes on the game. Why don't indie devs sell on Epic Games? I don't know, it more probably should, to be honest. I think Steam is definitely more important because it is like the standard, you know? It's the biggest platform, it's where most of the audience is. But I do know, I've heard people talk about how some do really well on Epic Games as well. People see they get a lot of wish lists when they use multiple marketing strategies, so it gives the impression that wish list equals sales. But that is almost true. That's all, I mean, I would almost say that wish list equals sales. Not directly as in 1-to-1, but in a random scenario you could say that just as much as that wishlist wouldn't mean anything without the game being so good. Yeah, but people wouldn't have wishlisted the game if it didn't look good, right? Otherwise it looks like no one would ever buy that game. Same thing for Among Us, looks like program art. This conversation is giving me deja vu. I think we had a similar conversation on Metelliptic's stream. I don't know if I know what that is. Or Mr. Elliptic. Yeah, I think this is just what I mean is that I don't think it's realistic for me to try and emulate anything that Undertale did, because no matter how this game got big, like in the end it's always gonna be a outlier, you know, because my game is probably not gonna get 250,000 reviews. Like, you know, most likely, like, just statistically speaking, that's not gonna happen. Why is it? Like, the average game on Steam makes something like under $100 or something? It's really low. What does the average Steam game make? Oh no, it's more than 50% of all titles in the store earn no more than $1,000 during the entire operation. And then you have these, obviously, that make like fucking probably billions. Here's a fun point. I launched Survivors at $2.99, and I think because of the price, people didn't think it had value. I raised the price to $6.99 and it tripled my sales. Yeah, I think that is a thing as well. I definitely think you can price your game too low and it actually having a negative effect. I think that is very true. Because it gives the impression, like if you sell your game for 95 cents, people are gonna expect that it plays like a 95-cent game. Do you know what I mean? I think that is very true. I think one should be careful at pricing too low. Just broke 1,000 units on Survivors last week. Fucking A, man. Good job, man. Congratulations. Survivors of Mayhem. This is Strom's game, in case anyone wants to check it out, the one he's referring to. You could aim high, why not? Yeah, like you can aim high, but expecting to hit that target is like... Expecting my game to do as well as Undertale, I think, is heavily unrealistic. Just like statistically speaking, this is not gonna happen. Like, for most people. I also should say, I don't need this to happen. I don't need Shroud of Gloom to hit fucking 1 million sales for me to think of it as a success. I don't need it. Would it be nice? Of course. Would I like it? Yeah. And I mean, if you offer it to me, I would fucking take that any day. However, like, for me to consider this a success, I would need to... If I don't lose money, I would be happy. Like, if this could pay me back the time I spent making this game, I would be over the moon. Absolutely over the moon. Like, I barely even need to make money off of this. If I can just make my money back, I would be pretty happy. So, like, that's why I don't feel like it... I don't feel like it made sense for me to try and replicate something like this. Like, of course I should aim to make the game as good as possible and try to promote it and get people to play it and stuff. Of course I should. But like, I just cannot be expecting stuff like this, because for most people this is a very, very unrealistic target. I would argue wishlist boost your launch, but reviews keep your game alive. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Reviews are very important, but you can't have reviews before the release. Before the release, the main factor that seems to decide how well your game is gonna do on Steam seems to be wishlists. After the release, I agree that reviews are probably the most important thing. But there again, I think that, like, if you had 100,000 wishlists and you did have a good product, that's gonna convert into positive reviews, right? So it's good to hit the threshold on wishlists, but you don't need endless amounts of them. It's more important that your game is so good that they leave a good review when they played it. Yeah, but if you have more wishlists, that's even more reviews, right? even more positive reviews. Now, I see what you mean though. Like, I do agree that after release, I guess wishlists don't really matter as much. But I think everything that you need after release can be directly affected by how many wishlists you had beforehand. Do you know what I mean? I think that's kind of where I'm going. Like, I understand that wishlist is not the end all be it all for releasing a game, but it's the start of the snowball, I think, is what kind of how I view it. Like, if you get a wishlist rolling, you have a greater probability of getting everything else rolling. My first only sold 350-ish, so definitely on the upward path. Nice, man. But with no wishlist, you ain't reached a critical mass of 100 reviews for the game. Yeah, exactly. Like, those wishlists are gonna most likely gonna have a pretty direct correlation with how many reviews you get at release. And getting those first reviews are really important as well. What is it? Apparently the first 10 reviews are very important, because that's when you hit some kind of Steam algorithm thing, apparently. Wishlists are such a tricky thing too. I've seen game launch postmortems with 10k wishlists and with a 0.01% conversions, and others with hundreds of wishlists who've sold thousands of copies. Yeah, like I said, I agree that it's never gonna be the only thing that matters. But I wonder there, because I feel like those games that sold thousands of copies with hundreds of wishlists, those once again would seem more like outliers to me. And I wonder, because I know there is such a thing as the relevancy of the specific wishlist, as in, like, if you had 10k wishlists, that's really good. But if you collected those wishlists over 10 years of development, say that you had 7,000 wishlists at the very beginning of the development, or like the first portion of it, like, those are gonna mean a lot less now, right? Because, like, a lot of those people might have completely changed in, like, what games they like to play and, like, how much free time they have to play and stuff. So I wonder if it could be one of them things. Maybe. I'm just throwing out hypothesis here. Welcome back, people. The ads should be over. Yeah, basically what I said is that the games that release with a lot of wishlists and have very low conversion, I wonder if that might be because you have a lot of old wishlists. Because I do think time matters in some regard. I think according to Chris Sukowski, it's like you start getting diminishing returns of the wishlist grow like 2 years old. That's when you start seeing quite diminishing returns on the conversion. I had to think about your story problem while I was out driving. I think you could also try approaching it from the other way. Instead of saying, I need to know the whole story so I know what not to tell, you could start by asking, what are the questions I don't want to answer? Interesting. For example, you could say, I don't want to answer whether the monster is real or in the protagonist's mind. Then you can work backwards from those known unanswerable questions. Yeah, that's a pretty good point, actually. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I might take that into account. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind in chat, but I'm trying to catch up. Wishlist can also become a negative signal to Steam. If you have a big wishlist number, but convert less than average, that tells Steam not to promote your game. Interesting. Yeah, I see that kind of makes sense. So it isn't just more wish lists equals better. Yeah, and I think that's kind of what I was doing with the whole time thing about like, if you have a lot of very old wish lists, it might not mean as much. Because I think it's like every wish list is not as valuable as any other wish list. Do you know what I mean? I think that is a factor. Like one wish list might mean more than another one. I think that is true. What's up, Creative Waste? How you doing? Welcome in, man. I think it's one of them things where, like, the wishlist count doesn't determine everything, and it isn't always like 100% accurate to how the game is gonna perform. But I think it's the best bet you could have. Like, if you're gonna try to go for something in terms of like trying to promote your game, I think wish lists are the thing to aim at. I still think that's it's the best thing that you can go for, kind of. It's all about where you put your energy, endless wish list or a nearly perfect game. Yes, but I think that's always the case. Just if you, and I think Chris Suchamsky say so as well. Once again, for anyone who doesn't know, Chris Suchamsky is like the fucking Steam marketing guru or whatever. He's done a lot of research into selling games on Steam. And like, according to him as well, like, having a good product is the first step, right? Because like, if you have a bad product, if you have a bad game, the promotions you do, the wish lists that you try to accumulate, all of this becomes pretty meaningless. So yeah, I think it's like, I agree that making a good game is the #1 factor. That I would say is true, because no matter what, you're not gonna have good sales unless you make a good game. But I think #2 is probably wish lists. I think that's the next thing you should aim at. Like, if you feel like you're starting to have a good product, aiming to get those wish lists, I feel like it's the best bet. It might not always be perfect, it might not have the exact conversion you're looking for, or whatever it might not be, but yeah, I think it's in terms of like promoting your game, I think it's the thing you probably should focus on. Take it with a grain of salt. I never published a game on Steam. What the fuck do I know? But like, from what I've been able to tell, it seems to be the way. I've did the Chris Suchamsky course and I've listened quite a lot to him. He seems to know what he's talking about. So I tend to just go like, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm gonna listen to what he says. And I know, speaking of having a good game or whatever, like, he does take that into account as well. Like, he says that, like, because if you don't have a good product, you can't really market it anyway. I would consider it a success if someone will be impacted by the story in my game. I want to attract people with art style and gimmicky game mechanics, but for me it's all about telling my story in the end. Interesting. Yeah, to be clear, I do want to say that because obviously I'm focusing a lot on the actual economics or financials of selling a game here. And like, obviously, as I say, like, relatively speaking, my financial goal is to at least make back my money. However, I also want to be very clear so that people don't misunderstand me here. I am not making games to make money. Like, that's not the purpose why I'm doing it. Like, obviously, I'm making games, I think it's really fun and rewarding for me as a person to make games. Like, I really enjoy it. So, indirectly, I want my game to do well, because the better my game does, the more sales I get, the more of a buffer, financially speaking, will I accumulate to continue doing this. Like, my top goal is to be able to continue to stream and develop games. Like, that is my actual goal. But then, to make that possible, let's be honest, I need to make money. Because if I don't start making, you know, at least some half-decent amount of money, at some point my savings are gonna run out, and I'm not gonna be able to do this, at least not in the same manner, because I would have to get a job again, you know. So I think it's important to note that just I think sometimes people are... It feels bad to say that you want to make money, and sometimes, and I understand it, because sometimes even I'm afraid that people are gonna get the wrong impression when I say that I would like to make money off my game, you know? Because it can give off the impression that you're doing it for the money. And like indirectly I am, but like as I said, my goal is to just make games, but to continue to make games, if we're gonna be realistic, I need to make money. It's just the way it is, you know. At 10 reviews, your visibility gets boosted. Check out how I went from 380 views a day to over 7,000 a day for a week, because I hit 10 reviews on December 18th. Yeah, look at that. So this is December 18th. This is when you hit 10 reviews. So was this... I assume this was launched then. You launched in like early December. And then like 2-ish weeks later you hit 10 reviews. And that's when you saw the massive increase in visibility. Yeah, so it does seem like that is a pretty important one to hit pretty early on. Is that not also when you get the actual thing that says whether it's positive or not? Oh, you launched in October, okay. Because I think that below 10 reviews, it just says how many reviews you have. I think it's after 10 reviews that it can say like, that's when it starts saying like whether it's mixed or positive or whatever. Which is obviously very good as well, if it's positive. If it does say, you know, mostly negative, it's probably not that good, but you get the idea. The reason they don't just look at wishlist raw numbers, but also conversion, is because otherwise people will bot the wishlist. Yeah, true. Yeah, that makes sense. Doing good, loving the conversation right now. I need to know more on this topic. Yeah, I think this is an interesting conversation. I think it's important to consider this stuff. You know, because in the end, I know this is not as fun as making games, but as I said, if you want to be like a professional game developer, like this stuff is important. I find it quite interesting as well. My friend would say, how many wish lists is a random YouTuber 10 out of 10 review worth? No matter how much you advertise the Pooh restaurant, you won't get a lot of diners, so you probably should fix the menu before you print the flyers. Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for with the whole thing, that like, I get that this stuff is not as important as having a good product, because obviously that is the thing that should come first. But like all of this, with that being said, I think that more goes to show that like, it's when you have a good product, that's when you should start looking at this stuff and actually caring about it, because now you have the option to maybe try to push it a bit extra, you know. But if you have a, you know, if you have a shit product, this is not gonna matter anyway. Right now, maybe at some point you want your work to pay off, yeah. I don't see anything wrong with focusing on the money aspect here. I'm just aware that I'm not making something commercially attractive, so I'm not gonna sweat it. No, and I think that's completely fine. I think that obviously, like, people should have their own individual goals for why they made the game and like what they would consider success. Like, you know, to some is not even about players whatsoever, it's just about making the game, you know, like it's just different. But for me, like, obviously I'm also doing this full time, so obviously I have to put some value into the money aspect of it, and it is mainly because I really like doing this, and money would allow me to continue putting this much time into it. Because if I would have to get in new 9 to 5 today, I'm gonna be able to put a lot less time into making this game. So we're gonna push forward the release date. My stream is gonna do worse, because I'm not gonna be able to provide as much content for you guys, because I'm gonna be working. I can't start streaming like this. But when I had a job, this is when I would start streaming. And I've already been live for 5 hours, you know, so obviously it would, you know, I would lose so much time. And that's the thing about money, like money is not the main goal, but money does buy me time, and time makes me be able to continue to do this. But I do think it's one of them things where you have to keep in mind that people's goals are different, you know, and I think that's just fair. I want to make money, or I'm being forced by society to make money. Yeah, kind of. Just like, if I could do this without money, I wouldn't care about money. Do you know what I mean? And that's why I say that, like, directly speaking, making money is not my goal. Like, technically speaking, I don't care about money. I just care about being able to continue to do this. But then, indirectly, you know, to continue doing this, I need to make money. So I have to care about money. It's just the way it goes. Like, as you said, I'm kinda forced to care about the financial aspect of it. If I want to continue to put in the amount of time I do now, which I really enjoy, like, I really enjoy my life right now, do you know what I mean? Like, I wake up excited to work on my game, and it's really quite wholesome. So I would like to continue to do this as long as I can. But, yeah, you know, my savings do grow smaller. That's an oxymoron. My savings shrink a little bit day by day. So, you know, I don't have infinite time, and that's why I kind of feel like you know, I do put some thought into trying to make money, but I also want it to be clear to people that it's not only because, like, fuck yeah, I want to make money. You know, that's not really what we're going at here. 10 reviews is the magic number. Yeah, it does seem to be the case. I think there's another one. I think there's something else that happens at, like, I think you might get another push at like 1,000 or something. Not sure, don't quote me on it, but 10 seems to be like the first one where it's important to hit 10 wish lists quite early. Do you mind talking about your transition from day job to this, as in full-time game dev and Twitch? Yeah, I can. Like, I worked for a very long time with something I probably wasn't too passionate about. That's just how it is, you know, it was a job. And like, how do I explain this? Fortunately for me, I was pretty good at saving, so I managed to, at least late on in my life, I managed to save on quite a bit of money. So I got to a point where I started looking at my amount of savings, and I started realizing that, you know, I could actually live off this money for quite some time. And I was at the point where I was pretty tired of my job as well. And obviously I had started developing games and stuff. And what I actually did is that first I decided that, okay, I seem to really enjoy programming. So I think I'm gonna apply and see if I can, like, re-educate myself into something IT related and maybe start working with something at least similar. Because before I didn't have, my job was not related to IT or like programming or whatever in any way. So what I did is, yeah, the first thing I did was actually that I applied to 4 different higher educations in IT, like general IT, cybersecurity and development. And fortunately for me, my grades were quite good from school and stuff, so I ended up getting into all of them in like the first place, so I didn't get into like a queue or anything. Like, I got first place accepted into almost every single course I applied for. So that was the point where I think I got a little bit cocky, and I started looking at my savings, and I was like, my thought process was basically that if I can get into all of these courses now, I can probably get into them in a year or two as well, if I wanted to. So why don't I use the savings that I have to try and do something I would feel really passionate about? Which is, I've always known, like, I mentioned this before, I've been streaming on Twitch for a long time. I started streaming like over 10 years ago. So I know that I really enjoy streaming for what it is. And obviously, I recently, when I got into game development, I realized that was something I was very passionate about as well. So I decided to, fuck it, I'm just gonna try to take some time for myself and see if I can develop a game, do a bit of streaming as well, see if that potentially could help support me while doing this as well. And like I said, also because I just enjoy it, I think it's fun. So that's basically where we're at, I suppose. So yeah, that's when I decided to quit my job, so I gave in my notice or whatever, and I stopped working in October, so I guess it's been like a bit more than 6 months now since I quit my job, and I've been doing this full time. And it was weird at first. I thought I would feel more stressed out than I did. It actually didn't stress me out that much. I felt very light. It almost felt a little bit surreal at first. Because it's the first time I'm ever unemployed, I should say, technically. Like, technically you could argue I'm maybe self-employed, but you know what I mean. Like, it's the first time in my life that I don't have a salary. So I thought it would have felt more, I would have been more anxious or whatever, but I really wasn't. It's only now, like 6 months in, now I'm starting to get the pressure a little bit. Hey, Strom.
Quitting your job to chase your dream.
Exactly, that's what I did. Thank you very much for the 100 bits, man. Appreciate you. Absolute legend. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's also a big part of it is the fact that I felt like I've been doing stuff I haven't been passionate about for a very long time. And if I'm ever gonna make a gamble like this, now is the time to do it. Because I don't have a lot of expenses. I don't have like, a family or like kids to take care of. I don't know. I'm still relatively young. You know, if there's any time for me to make a gamble like this, it's now. You know, now is when I really have the chance to like fully try to achieve something like this. And in the end, I think that even if I've said this before as well, even if I fail with this, if I don't make it, if my savings run out and I have to get a job again, I still don't think that I'm gonna look back at this time and regret it. I don't think I will, because I think I would look back on this time and still be happy that I took the chance and the time to pursue something that I was actually passionate about. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna regret it. It's gonna be, it would be harder because obviously I would all of a sudden not have any savings, and that would be annoying because obviously it took me some time to save this up, but I think it's gonna be worth it. So currently plan A is to continue to do what I'm doing, trying to finish this game, release it, see how good that does. If this doesn't work out, plan B would probably be to see if I could get some type of job with the skills that I've accumulated doing this. Which I don't know how the job market is. I know it's not that easy, especially when I don't have like professional experience. So then if that's not enough, then my plan C would be to probably reapply to one of those courses and re-educate myself in like development or something and see if I can get a job that way. But currently plan A is to finish this goddamn game. That's pretty much it. Yeah, that is inspiring, and there is some hope for people who want to take the leap. Yeah, like I said, we'll see whether I make it or not. That's an entirely different question. But yeah, I'm happy I did it. I'm happy I did it. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I am very excited. Like I said, I wake up excited every day to work on this stuff and to stream for you guys. And yeah, I very much enjoy my day-to-day right now. So I'm gonna try and prolong it as much as I can. And obviously the fucking dream would be for this to at least become self-sustainable to where I could just continue developing games and streaming. That's basically my main goal, so to speak. I'm also an undergrad, so it's the only time I can take a risk. Yeah, I feel like it's like, I don't know, my mindset is kind of, if you have the opportunity, then, and you're in a good point in your life, then I don't really see an issue with it. Some might argue that I'm being like fucking, I don't know, irresponsible or something. Fair, that might be the case. Like, long term, if this doesn't work out, you know, it's not like... Obviously, it would have been someone who only looks at this in a very like cold-hearted, logical view would have been like, oh yeah, you didn't make the money back, so this was a bad investment, right? And like that's, if you think that, that's kind of fair, I suppose. But at the same time, it's more than that as well, right? Because I think for me, it's just I think I just value the pursuit of it as well, and like the fact that I can take times to actually, you know, work on something I enjoy. 1300 Twitch followers, 100k price tag, instant billionaire. There we go, that's how we do it. I don't remember your sales target was, but I think it's something like if every Twitch follower bought a copy, you'd be happy. Yeah, I would be reasonably happy if... because that would be, what, like 1300 sales? It would probably not pay me back, like that would have still been a loss in terms of like financially speaking. However, it would at least probably be enough for me to buy a bit extra time. Do you know what I mean? Which I would be, like, the goal would be to at least pay me back for the time, so I know that, okay, I have like another year I can put into trying to make a game, or whatever, or make a new game. But if I get some money back, and I can spend 6 more months working on this, like, I would still be happy. And that would still be a success in a way, you know. Enough to publish on the App Store. I don't think this game is going to mobile. I think making this game work well in mobile would be way too tricky. Like, point-and-click games are already kind of known to have a bit of like pixel hunting, where it's like hard to perfectly click on something. On mobile, that would be even worse. Point and click has been huge on mobile since the noughties. Yeah, but is it... I feel like... I wonder... Because here's something, like clicking on this light switch. Like, how do I... Like, that's very tiny. This light switch is like... What? Not even 10% of the size of the game. Like, being able to perfectly click on this, and what if you have an object next to it? Like, that on phone would... I feel like that would be way too finicky. You know what I mean? Or I would have to make the hitboxes a lot bigger, but then how do I... What happens when we have stuff that's close to each other? If we have, like, overlapping hitboxes and stuff? I also think there's another thing with mobile. I think that people don't tend to want to buy games on mobile. Like, I feel like people have an expectation of mobile games to be free. And one of the few ways you end up making money then is by doing ads. And then it, you know, that kind of affects the game in certain ways as well. I don't know if this is the type of game I would put on mobile. Should always give it a try. Yeah, but it's like a... It's not like, okay, I'm gonna spend a week making a mobile port. Like, it's a pretty big undertaking to convert this into a mobile game, I imagine. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see, never say never, I suppose. I think how it normally works is that touch works as a larger cursor, then the closest object to the cursor on multi-touch is the clicked object. Interesting. But that still does mean that I would need to, like, change how I handle the input system completely. Sorry. Your game gives the vibe of Limbo. I'm excited for it. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate ya. Yeah, we got an ad coming up right about now. Hope to see you on the other side. Cheers. To the cursor origin. Yeah, I see how that could probably work, but it wouldn't work with my current system, so it would still be a pretty... I think it would be a very... I think it's easy to underestimate how big of an undertaking it would be to try and push this game to mobile. You know. What's up, Wolfas? How you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Nice to see you here. It has a very cool style. Thank you very much. Appreciate ya. Not change, add to? Yeah, but I mean it's the same thing. It's still a lot. Like, I can't just... Like, releasing to Linux, for example. Like, if I want to release to Linux, what do? I switch this to Linux and boom, I'm basically done. I have Linux support. Almost. I mean, maybe I'm oversimplifying it a little bit, but that's pretty much all I have to do. To push it on mobile, it's a much bigger process, right? Because I do need to somehow change how the game works. Like, the menu is probably not gonna work. We need to have, like, bigger buttons and stuff. Make sure that you don't, you know, accidentally click on the wrong buttons. The setting, like, all the UI would have to change. The interaction system would have whatever change or be added to. It's kind of the same thing in some regard. Like, there's still a lot of work that would go into it. And then in terms of, like, publishing on, like, iOS or, like, the Apple Store, you know, now you have to, like, pay money. I think I even need a... I think I need to get a, like, match, like, developer code and stuff. And it's a process. I'm not sure if it would convert. Also, Welfaz is another developer here on Twitch, so go and check him out. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Computers have touchscreen too. I suppose that's true. But my game doesn't work with touchscreens, and I think the vast majority of people wouldn't play this with a touchscreen. We'll see. It's, like I said, I'm not gonna say never, but I am gonna say most likely not. Same thing kinda goes for consoles as well. Like, I wouldn't mind doing, like, getting this on a console. I just don't think it's the best type of game for it. Just what are you gonna do now? Like, control the cursor with the controller? That's gonna feel slow and awkward, and, like, if you need to do something with, like, a bit of a reaction speed, it's gonna... I don't think it's gonna work that good. I think this type of game is most suitable specifically to PC, in my opinion. I don't know how we're gonna sort this out. Dude, this is what I mean. I do feel that my... what did I do here? Delete. I do feel that my accuracy with my new mouse is a little bit weird. For anyone who doesn't know, I bought this little vertical mouse. Quite comfortable though. It wasn't as weird as I thought it would be. But, you know, in terms of accuracy, I think it's gonna take a little bit of time to be exactly as accurate as with a normal mouse. Because it's still slightly different. Point and click and touchscreen is like fish and chips. How so? Yo, I've been using vertical mice for years. It's so nice. So far, I like it. It does feel... I'm gonna say that it does feel a lot more comfortable. That is for sure. It feels... You can sense how it is more ergonomic for your wrist, you know? And I did start experiencing a bit of like wrist pain and stuff, so that's why I was like, I think this might be a worthy investment. I thought about getting an ergonomical keyboard as well, but that's a little bit more pricey. And I realized that my right hand hurts more than my left hand, so I was like, maybe I should try just a vertical mouse first. Which one are you using, out of curiosity? Oh, I don't need this to return a bool. Wait, should I not just have this one? I should just trigger this. Wouldn't that do the same thing? Yeah, I think I should make this private. I think we're gonna change this. I'm gonna make this into a... rather than a specific door script, because I don't think you need to be. I think we can make this into like a... maybe... we do ambience player. Just then I should merge these two. I mean, this pretty much does the same thing, just that it does it on enable. But same thing there, I could just have this be a... that should be a bool whether or not it should trigger on enable. Yeah. I think we should do something like in... I don't know about ambience player, but we're gonna go for it for now. Or just some cheap $15 one, but it mostly works fine. Gotcha. Yeah, but I do think... I agree that it does feel... It is nice. It feels more comfortable, actually. And it wasn't as weird as I thought it would be. Like, I really expected a vertical mouse to feel more odd. Like, I thought it would take a couple of days to get used to this. I'm gonna be honest. Except for the, like, 5% decrease in accuracy, I would say that it took me like 2 minutes to get used to this mouse. And then I forgot that I was using a vertical mouse. Like, much more approachable than I thought it would be. I thought it would be a lot weirder after using normal mice for like 10 years, or even more, like 2 decades. What's up, Felix? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Nice to have ya. How's the game dev going? It's going good. It's going good. We have been working a lot of ambience. To be fair, I've been chatting a lot of shit today, as per usual. But I'm trying to make like ambience in the different rooms a little bit more dynamic. So I want stuff like this room should be able to hear stuff in the next room. And then like if you close the door, I want the volume to go lower. So like you actually shut the noise out, you know. Small little details, but I feel like it would do quite a lot of good for the game. Like it would be a nice detail to have, I think. the biggest market for point-and-click games is on mobile, 100%. Yeah, that might be the case, since touch is inherently a bit point-and-click. But I don't know if it's like mine. Like, I think the UI tends to be very different. A lot of popular point-and-click games are ported over. Wait, is Walking Dead Wait, do they have a point-and-click game? Is that not just like a... Or maybe it is... I thought that was just like a Telltale game. Maybe they do have it like a... But I imagine that they have easier hitboxes to work with for some reason. That's what I imagine. Just I have some stuff that's like, you know, this is like 8 pixels wide, the light switch. Like that feels like it would be very finicky on a mobile. Sounds really cool. Thank you, man. I heard that the game 12 Minutes got published by Netflix. I don't think I know about that game. And that's on mobile now, but with bad controls. Mobile point and click game. Even something, I feel like this would be finicky. But it would be so small on a phone. But if you do UI stuff like this, I can kinda see it. Now, I don't know exactly how this works, but like... If every object was interactable, I feel like it would be kinda annoying to play this on mobile. Just because you don't really have a cursor and it's harder to... Like, you are inherently not as accurate, right? Like this kind of work, just here you do like very big UI. But like, I don't think I would want to do something like this in my game. Oh, I can't play it now, but like even in terms of like the inventory. Also, for anyone who hasn't, feel free to wishlist the game. We would appreciate that very much. Did not mean to do it twice, but you know what? Wishlist it twice. Never mind, don't wishlist, don't click the button twice, just then you would wishlist and unwishlist. That's not good. Fuck it, just wishlist the game. Thank you, I appreciate ya. Something like this. Like this on mobile feels like it's made for you to misclick and accidentally click on the other item. And you can't really do hover tooltips in the same way. I guess you could change it to like you would click on the item and then it pops up the item you have selected and you get to like confirm whether this is the one you want or not. But this is what I mean, like now we start talking about like a pretty big change in the game. Mystery object games are very popular on tablets. The Professor Layton games use a stylus to control everything, and a lot of phones have styluses. But they work pretty well with fingers. Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, you never know. Like, imagine that the game does super well. If it seems viable, maybe I could port it to mobile as well. But it definitely wouldn't be like a top priority for me. Like my main goal is to just release this on PC, and then we'll see. Because it's the same thing that like, if it doesn't do well on PC, it's probably not worth the investment to port it. I know you could argue that, yeah, but maybe it would do good on mobile instead. True. I also, once again, think we have the issue with mobile that people seem much less inclined to buy a game on mobile, because I feel like the standard is a bit different there, where I feel like people have an expectation for mobile games to be free, and yeah. And then, once again, like, that would also kind of make it less viable to port it. At that point, I feel like it's better to just maybe start a new product. Mobile is a different beast, truly. It really is. And not only that, like, the competition is higher. There's more mobile games being released, so it's even harder to compete. Let's see, this was closed door. How do I want to do this? I'm really kind of struggling here with this system. I have a lot of... oh wait, sorry, Comrade, yeah, you are still here. I forgot to look at your capsule art. Oh yeah, I think I saw you work it. You did some work on this on stream, didn't you? I do think this one pops a lot more. However, you might argue that the title is more easily read in this one. I don't like it that much. I want to put my character there, I think. Yeah, I would say that the main thing is that, especially in a small resolution, it might be a bit hard to read. And make sure... I think the best thing that I wished I did in the beginning is that you should try and separate this, speaking of layers. I know we talked about layers the other day, so that you can work with them for the different resolutions. Just there's a lot of different resolutions you're gonna need. Like, once again, I can show you my capsule arts. Like, you do have all of these, which are like slightly different resolutions, so you have to kind of tweak how they are positioned in each one. Which, for me here, is kind of easy now, right? Because I have one like art piece and one logo, so then I can just play around with those and like reposition them for the capsules. Yeah, I should have Nijits. I should have. I do have this one. This is a... I haven't used this myself, but it's basically a Steam Store graphical asset creator. I think Ginseng shared this on my Discord, where you can upload like one image or an image and a logo, and then you can export all of the different sizes here. It's not something I use myself, but potentially it could be. But I also had... Let me see here. Yeah, Steam Store Page Asset Guide. This is the one. This shows you all of the different resolutions that you need, as well as where on the Steam Store they would be placed. So it can be quite useful. Just sometimes it's a bit unintuitive, like, yeah, vertical capsule, but like, yeah, but where on Steam is this? Well, here you kind of get an idea. That one can be quite useful as well. Depends on different strategies. Episodic games give first one as a free sample. Puzzle games, people pay up to 15 quid. Do people do that on mobile? Some games release for free until they build a following. Yeah, I think, because I know some games, like, I think Slay the Spire is on mobile, right? And I think that's paid. And I think that makes sense, but they are also not really going directly at the mobile players, are they? I feel like that's the kind of game that you have people who really like what you call it? People who really like Slay the Spire and play it on PC can now get it on mobile and play it. I feel like that's kind of how that works. Yeah, I do think as a smaller one, it would probably be a little bit hard to read. Like, as the header capsule on the Steam page, that one is a bit wider, probably has a resolution something like this, would end up being like this size. That's kind of fine. I guess what you could do for like the small capsule, the one you see in like search, is to maybe do more of a close-up of this, and it might be a bit more readable. Just yeah, those small ones are a little bit tricky. That would be like, you know, like this one. Because if you took this and, but that's the thing, like you can always flip around the layout a little bit depending on the different resolutions that you need. Yeah, exactly, like, just do like a different layout, because that's what I did too, right? Like, I had to change my layouts depending on the resolution. Like, most of these I do, you know, I do the key art to the right of the logo, but obviously that's not gonna work with like a vertical capsule image, because that's not gonna be enough. So then we just flip around the layout a bit. Good thing as well is that you can always iterate on it, you know? Oh yeah, another thing. True, Niket. How to make a Steam page. This is the course I did by Chris Suchowski, who I've mentioned quite a few times today. He has a full course on basically everything about making a Steam page, and this is completely free. Everything. It goes through understanding your own game and Steam, about capsule images, tags, screenshots, videos, trailers, hover tooltips, descriptions, everything. This, I highly recommend checking that one out if you're gonna build a Steam page. I just played the jam version. It's crazy, man. The sound, environment and the jump scare are scary. It's very unique from all recent pixel art games. Thank you, D-Bud. I appreciate, yeah. Thank you for playing it. I do feel like we got something fairly unique going. I'll send my capsule art in distro so you can rate it. Do it. Use this stuff for developing both my pages, tags, design layout, etc. Great resource. It really is. I did a lot of it. I used a lot of his stuff. With like I followed his tours pretty much to a point where, you know, I did a whole thing with like looking at other games, like narrowing down what tags these games use, games I wanted to like emulate on Steam, and you know, all of it. I think it's that course I can highly recommend. What is the scissor representing? But you did say you might want your carrot in there as well. Because I think one thing, if you want a little bit of feedback on it, I'm not sure what type of game this is. Do you know what I mean? The scissors represent the scissor. Fucking actual genius, man. Actual genius. Thank you very much. It's about severing ties with something, don't want to spoil too much. Okay, I see what you mean. Interesting. Yeah, I think it's... I see where you're going at. The only thing I would say is that I don't have a very clear, like, idea of what the game is. Do you know what I mean? I think that might be the one thing. I would see if there is a way for you to kind of in some regard show a little bit more of like what type of game it is with this. Just the main thing if I read this like I did it, now obviously I know about your game. If you tell me if I'm doing too far, if you don't want me to say this shit, then feel free to cut me off. That's completely fine. Just in case you want to hear my feedback on this. How did you come up with the idea for the game? It is 100% from the theme of the jam. So the theme of the jam was safe in the dark. I originally thought about maybe I should make some like stealth game or some vampire game or something, but then I kinda like those became too overstroked, and I realized maybe something like safe in the dark could be like, you know, you turn off the flashlight and you remain safe. So I kinda got into thinking of horror games that way, and that's kinda, yeah, the theme of the jam is almost the entire inspiration for the game, to be honest. Yeah, I want to go full roast? Okay. Yeah, I can't guess what this game is about. Yeah, I think that's the thing, because... I mean, not specifically to make Maya as the fucking comparison, but... I had a similar issue here. Wait, I can actually give a better idea of this. Marketing materials, Steam assets, testing. So I did a lot of testing, right? For what I could do with my... my capsule art, and there was one that I really liked, which was something like this. I was like, I think this could be a pretty good capsule image, or like capsule art. The issue here with this thumbnail or this capsule image, the issue I realized is that this is not specific enough, because this could be a horror game. It could also be a detective game, couldn't it? It could be more of like just a non-horror, like find the clues type of detective game or something. Like, it's not, this doesn't, it's not like a one-to-one correlation with a horror game, which was why I ended up not going for this one, because I felt like it, even though I kind of like it quite a lot in a way, I feel like it could give the wrong impression. Whereas I feel like if you see something like this, I feel like it's fairly obvious that this is gonna be a horror game with the art piece, the fact that he's like standing there in the doorway, you can't really see him, the eyes are red. Like, I feel like this, it gives off more of a, it's more easy to understand that it is a horror game. So that's what I would say here. My main issue with this one is probably that I don't need to know exactly what your game is. I don't. Because it doesn't really matter as long as I can get intrigued. The issue here, I think, is that I wouldn't even know. I don't really know that much at all. Like, I don't know what genre this is. I would say that the main thing that I would pick up from this is probably that it has a bit of a dark theme, because the hemomancer text with like the blood dripping, and obviously there's some like heartbeat things in the background. So I get that this is like there's some dark theme going on, but that's almost, yeah, and maybe to the point where this actually seems more like a horror game compared to the one I have, the flashlight one I had. I don't know, I feel like you could probably do something where maybe, I don't know. What was like, one of your inspirations was the Crypt of the Necrodancer. What do they do? I mean, to be fair, this doesn't really say that much about the game either. This wouldn't really tell me. But I guess with the characters and stuff, yeah, there's still some like, I'm gonna assume this is some protagonist. I probably have some enemies here. See, a lot of people told me that it looks like a horror game, to be honest. Yeah, and that's completely fine as well. Like, because obviously you have a bit of that, but you do have a... Like, it's true that you have a dark vibe in the game, right? So, and I think that's fine. Hey, why is it not showing up? Hemomancer. Okay. Fastest way for me to find it. Have another shout out. There we go. But yeah, I think you should put the character in there. I definitely think you should put your character in there, because that shows more of the style of the game. It represents the style of the game a little bit more. Whether you do the pixel art one or something like me, where I did like an illustration of it. Either or. I mean, I do see that. You do have the scissor as a kind of consistent thing going on. Yeah, even something like this. This character could work as well. Like the outlined one. I actually think... I think something like that would... Should do that one as well. But I think that would be better. Personally, but I don't know, like, you of course take everything I say with a grain of salt, because I don't know exactly what you're going for, you know? So I might go with incorrect things in general. I don't know if I would do the flowers, personally. Because it feels, maybe you might have a thought process for this, but I kind of feel like this feels very dark and stuff, and then flowers makes it seem kind of happy in a way. And even just removing those, I do think it's a lot cleaner. I'm not saying this is what you're gonna do, I just wanna try something. I think something like this would look pretty cool. But yeah, I don't remember my key bindings anymore. Is this not working? I think this would be a lot more intriguing in some way. But I don't know. It does depend on what you're going for. But as a capsule image, I think this would do you better. Just now, okay, it's still a dark vibe. But now we get some. There's more questions here, like, okay, I wonder who this character is. Is she in danger maybe, or I don't know. Is this to represent danger, as in a heartbeat monitor, or is it to represent rhythm? I'm not really sure, but. See, I feel like there's more questions. Yeah, even if it doesn't fully explain what the game is, and I don't think it has to in some regard, but I feel like something like this would probably catch my attention more, personally speaking. Because it becomes a lot cleaner, which makes it more readable. Send me the invoice on this, John. Nah. Personally, a capsule with some sort of character on it is more appealing to me. I think so as well. Yeah, and as Ju said as well, I think this is a little bit noisy. There's a bit too much. I think you should go more clean. You could still do some little, I don't know, if you don't want pure black everywhere, you could do some slight pattern going on in the background, but not like too overbearing. Conrad, with the gifted sub to Ninja, thank you so much, man. You didn't have to do that. But thank you very, very much. That is highly appreciated. Absolute legend. Pretty missed opportunity to not use the red background when your game is about blood. It's not really about blood, but I see your point. I think there is also, I don't know if potentially, I mean, the text would, I just want to see. Oh, look if you did something like this. Maybe. I mean, the text definitely pops a lot more. Yeah, because I think there's something just as innate human beings about seeing a character as well. It kind of grabs our attention in a different way. Whereas I feel like I understand that you might have some like philosophical ideas, and like the scissors might actually be like a part of the game design in certain ways. But it's harder to understand this if I didn't know about the game, you know. Because I mean, it does raise a question, why is the scissor here? But this feels like, something like this feels like it gives me more of a feeling. Does that make sense? I don't know. I don't know if I'm making sense here, I'm just fucking freestyling, but... Looks like someone's on a ventilator and he's gonna die soon. Yeah, it does. This thing definitely makes it seem like she's in danger. So I don't know if that's something you would like to have, but it does give that feeling a bit. That's what I meant. Like, I feel like this makes me go like, I wonder who this is and why is she in danger. I don't, like I said, maybe that's not what you want to go for, but in general, I feel like something like this could work pretty well. I don't know, did I end up do we have the same fucking color scheme now? I just made... Oh. I'm messing. I accidentally made the fucking Shroud of Gloom color scheme. In terms of like the amount of white to black and red ratio, it's almost the fucking same. That's hilarious. Actually accidental. Fully accidental. I wanted to show that it's a music game too, in a way. Yeah, since you are making a rhythm game, that is a bit. That's why I want to see like Crypt of the Necrodancer. To be fair though, this would not really tell me that it's a rhythm game. I mean, Rhythm Doctor. Oh, they actually do the heart monitor thing as well. Yeah, a lot of these don't necessarily say that it's a rhythm game, it's more the naming of some of them, like Songbird Symphony, yeah, it made sense. And like, Feel the Beats, yeah. But like the image itself doesn't really show you that it's a rhythm game. Just shapes and beats. Yeah, same thing there. Like, for a lot of these, it's more the name rather than... Like this you can see like the Guitar Hero kind of layout, which gives you an idea. So obviously you could just put a fucking music note in here as well, but then again we're starting to... I feel like trying to keep it relatively clean in some way is probably good. I mean, maybe you could do the thing with like... just not doing it very... like make it more of the background, potentially. I have no idea here, I'm just trying something out. Why is that not working? Why the fuck can I not move these? That was annoying. I don't know, once again, it just... I feel like clean is kinda nice. I don't know, you can definitely play around it. I don't know if you need it. Like, maybe I went a little bit hard at first on the whole thing about explaining exactly what type of game it is. Just actually looking at Steam, it doesn't really see... A lot of these don't fully... Like this, I have no idea what it is. What did this do? Pretty good reviews. Here I guess you could kinda tell them it might be a rhythm game with the art in the background. Yeah, it might not be... I think you do want something eye-catching though. And I feel like something like this should work. Just to give you some idea at least. It's my mod, yeah. Also need to think about it. Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely. And you know, try stuff around. Just like you know, I did a lot of testing to settle on what type of capsule art I wanted. Just playing around with different ones until obviously, sorry, my voice is kind of going. This is the one I ended up settling on. So I think just playing around with it. May use nodes going from white to red next to the real could look cool. Yeah, I think you could probably get the musical aspect in there if you want to. Rhythm Doctor's capsule has two elements, Rhythm and Doctor. Yeah, but it's mainly stems from the... like the rhythm thing mainly comes from the fact that it says rhythm, right? Otherwise I don't know if I would have caught that. Capture attention with interesting art, make the genre obvious with the name. That could be a way as well. Just, you could also do the subtitle thing if you wanted to. I don't know, something you could look into. I do kind of prefer short and sweet titles in some regard. But that is pretty common as well. Rift of the Necrodancer. Oh, is this another one of their games? Yeah, here they do have the guitar as well, that shows like the musical aspect, I suppose. Oh, this is quite messy, I don't... Oh, that one's a lot cleaner. Oh, I like that one a lot more. The one they actually had as the header capsule. Melodic Mage. Top-down shooter rhythm. Oh, this is pretty... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I actually went too far with the whole thing about describing the game to... Like, I think it's good if you can give an idea of what your game is like. But I think it might not be something you technically have to do. As long as you can intrigue people to at least have a look at the game, that's kind of what the main goal is, right? Then I don't think it's bad to give off an idea of what your game is like. Like here, Thunderfolk. I don't have too much. This is actually kind of interesting. But I'm gonna assume from the font that it's gonna be a bit like RPG style game. It's like medieval, but it might be more like strategic top-down stuff going on. Tactical RPG, yeah. True Fear. I mean, this must be a horror game, right? Yeah, horror, hidden objective. Yeah, genre doesn't have to be obvious from capsule, but definitely from video and tags. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Your screenshots and your videos and stuff, and the tags should definitely explain the game in a very concrete manner. Whereas like the capsule art is more about catching attention, I think. It can describe the game. It's okay if it does describe the game, but yeah, I don't think it has to. I might have to walk back on that a little bit. I think I put too much. I think if it gives the impression of being something completely different, that might be a bit of an issue, potentially. Like, if BMG.drive was not a game about cars, that would be a bit weird. That would be a bit weird. You know, there has to be some relevancy. Like, whether Hollow Knight is a roguelike RPG, Metroidvania, or whether it's just a story-focused game, 2D platform, like, that does not really matter, because I can still get the vibe from it, right? But if this one showing multiple cars in the capsule, if this is not a car game, then something's wrong. So I think that might be a good way of kind of thinking about it. Catch attention, but maybe don't, just, it would be weird if it seems misleading as well, you know. Accelerate. Is it like Mario Kart-ish, maybe? That's kind of cool. Long Gone. Hillfoot's game. Viking Frontiers. This stuff is pretty interesting. I could just go the Undertale path and slap my title on the black screen. Yeah, I mean, Cybercore does that. Oh, not here though. Here they have a proper... Why is the... Okay, but this... Oh, this is the small capsule, isn't it? Yeah. I think this is also the small capsule, which might be different. We can actually check that quite easily. Cyber... Yeah, it is. Still think they would have done better if they had some art in there, probably. I think it can work. Some, like, this is... It still gives you like a vibe. I feel like Undertale almost doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna stand by it. I think Undertale has a pretty shitty Steam page. I really think so. Chubby #1 Undertale hater confirmed? Yeah. No, I want to be clear. I think the game is really good. I really enjoyed playing it. I was actually quite surprised. I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would. But the Steam page is fucking shite. But I think that's because Undertale don't need a good Steam page. Most of us do. I enjoyed playing it, but yeah... I mean, I'll just say, okay, no. I think that Steam page is quite shit, but I really enjoyed playing the game. You know, okay, we're gonna switch it around, it sounds better. Undertale's capsule is the only excuse I need to be lazy with mine. No, 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 no. I don't think anyone knows why it is called Undertale. I assume because maybe it's a tale that takes place like underground, at least in the beginning. Maybe? Maybe? Or underground, well, it's... I mean, kinda, it's just... It's in a mountain, right? So you're kinda under the mountain. Maybe. This is pure assumptions here, I have no fucking clue. I click on a game capsule if it either makes me curious or if it fits a game genre I like. Yeah. So I think either grab the attention or, and that could be because you already like those types of games. That's what I meant with like, if it's completely misaligned, it might be weird. Like if I see something that looks like a car game and I'm not a car person, I'm probably not even gonna have it. I don't really play that many car games. However, if it just seems interesting and I then see what it's like, yeah. Or if I know that, if I see something like, or something that I would instantly feel a bit intrigued in. I mean, this looks cool. Doesn't look like my game. Capsule look cooler. Interesting. Always be exceptions that go against common guidelines, for sure, for sure. I like the layouts. There are two. Font is, or like the logo is pretty nice as well. Okay, so I think this is this a baby? Is this a baby face I'm looking at? In my opinion, the capsule should mainly contain the mood/theme. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good way of going about it. I mean, I think this is one of those things that you can have multiple approaches that could work. Interesting. There's a pacifier, yes, by an adult. Okay. No, I do like it. I like the layout. It's a little bit hard to understand first. Are these? I think these might be, because there's different like bodies and stuff here. Are these headless? There are two. Do you have a link to your Steam page? Is the Steam page up? Moria is a great capsule for me, just text with a black light bulb. Oh yeah, I think I've seen that one. Oh yeah, I saw, isn't this a... No, maybe not. I was trying to say I saw this in a bundle, maybe I didn't, because there's no bundle here. And this also seems to maybe show off the art style a bit of the game, or maybe not. I mean, here it does, but then they did have quite colorful ones as well. I think it's definitely more... Just having a light bulb, having something more than... I mean, just text can work too, depending on how you do it. At least if you do something interesting with it. Definitely looks clean. It's not up. I've been wasting my day for no reason, I see. Let me know when it's up. One of the inspirations for my game and art style? Ooh. I think I've seen or heard of this game. I don't know. I am heavily distracted from my game, but that's fine. Will do, Showman. Fine, you could spend so much time just researching this shit. Stream went sideways? Dude, it does every now and then. I try to be consistent. I've never said I'm always the most productive. You know, I kinda enjoy going on little sidetracks every now and then. This, we're gonna see whether or not we can fix this system. However, ladies and gentlemen, I do think this is unfortunately where I'm gonna have to end the stream for today, but we shall be back on Friday again. However, please stick around and let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. Let me see, I skipped that ad for now. If you haven't, of course, make sure to wishlist Shrouded Gloom, would very much appreciate that. Other than that, join the Discord if you haven't. We have over 100 members in the Discord now. Let's see who we should jump over to today. Let's go over to... Nope, he was gone, never mind. Oh, we do have Irregular Human. He is also working on a horror game. Yeah, let's go over to him. Thank you guys very much for dropping by. Blue, Conrad, Naked, Verity, Hey Jew. I appreciate all of you. I really do appreciate each and every one of you guys hanging out, chatting, helping me out, whatever it might be. Thanks a lot to all of the new followers. Got quite a few today. Extra shout out to Conrad for the gifted sub, Strom with the cheer, as well as Amesis with the raid. Very much appreciated. Thank you all so much. Felix, thank you for dropping by as well. Always nice to have ya. And like I said, I will see you guys on Friday. I will see you guys on Friday. So until then, I hope all of you have a great time. And yeah, see you then. Thank you for your support. Cheers.